catching up with Mandami. And more people are starting to realize just how absurd some of these policies really are. Even the party's co-chair got grilled over them in a recent interview. And today, we're breaking it all down. So if you believe truth isn't partisan, hit the subscribe button and let's jump right into it.
But they're saying that if you're a socialist, you're not a Democrat. I mean, is there room in the party for both of these views?
Yes, here I am. Here are so many more. And I think what makes our party a beautiful party is the fact that it's a big tent, that we have...
But you've also said it has to be a party with a spine, with a backbone.
Yes, so even a tent has to stay up.
Yes, so... does it have to stand firmly for these ideas that you're talking about that others are calling dangerous?
I think it has to stand for working people, and I think it has to be willing to fight for working people.
Now, there's been a lot of attention. One of the candidates you supported, who knocked off an incumbent Democrat, is Darlisa Villa-Chalier. She said some very controversial things, including calling for the abolition of prisons, couldn't say whether or not somebody who had committed murder should be in prison, called for open borders against all deportations, including those of violent criminals. Are those positions that the Democratic Party could win on nationally?
I think what the Democratic Party can win on nationally is a focus on working people. She would talk about how we have to invest in babies, not bombs.
Now, this is the kind of interview where you wish that journalists would stop and ask Zoran what he actually means by half the terms he throws around instead of letting him hide behind slogans like working people. Even that phrase has a very specific meaning within the DSA. One of the materials on their own website relies on Karl Marx to define who belongs to the, quote, working class. Spoiler alert, there's no mention of the middle class anywhere in it. That's why it's worth paying attention to the language they use. They borrow terms most Americans are comfortable with to get their foot in the door. But underneath that is a much broader ideological vision that clashes with the values and principles this country was built on.
But how does abolishing prisons or having open borders fit into that? I mean, do you see how those are ideas that a lot of your Democrats that are warning about what happened here say are toxic. Most of America won't go along with it, are bad ideas. They're dangerous ideas.
I think what the focus of her race was, what the focus of her candidacy was about the struggle that working people are facing. And I think that we can have disagreements on policy positions. What we have to agree on is what are we fighting for and who are we fighting for? She showed that in her race, and I think that many people will come to appreciate that in her leadership to come.
So we can disagree on something as basic as whether or not there should be prisons?
That's
not your position.
There are prisons,
yes.
And what we're also showing in this city is that safety is not something that's up for debate. It's something that we're actually delivering on, and I'm proud to be the mayor of a city that currently has the lowest recorded number of murders and shootings in recorded history in New York City. And for a lot of people who ask themselves, what does democratic socialism mean? It's the choice to extend democracy from the ballot box the rest of their lives, but in terms of what it means over these last 7 months, we've seen a city with democratic socialist principles at the heart of it within our administration.
Zoran and Kamala actually have something in common. They both lean heavily on word salads whenever the questions get tough. The difference is that Mandami is a lot more charismatic, so people tend to let him get away with it. As for New York City's crime numbers, it's important to point out that even the city council has acknowledged the data is simply bad.
Yeah, Mandani is a piece of shit, man. I'm gonna play a video where he supposed to have somebody in his staff or him planning on going to Iran and have an Iran meeting. Are you serious? Dude, you a mayor. You a mayor, man. Not no president. You can't just go overseas to Iran, and we having war with Iran, and he a Muslim faith too, and he's a Muslim faith. I don't trust none of that shit, man. New York, y'all guys are terrible. Vote blue no matter who. Vote blue no matter who, huh? Now you want everything free. You're not finna get it free. Once again, I'm gonna play all these videos of Zoran Mandani just sending people off, man. And he voted for the dumb shit. Now they having voters' remorse. Chicago, New York, California. What is wrong with y'all, man? Get out y'all feelings, man. Facts over feelings, man. Zoran Mandani is not American. He does not respect the Constitution. How you guys let people that's not born here get into office, don't respect the Constitution? They're not even 100% American. Americans should be in office. Americans.
With many violent crimes going unreported. Politico also covered that last year, and more recently, the City Reporter claimed that top NYPD officials face, quote, intense pressure to reduce crime in their areas, creating incentives to downplay certain offenses. By the way, these figures get quietly revised later through press releases that never receive the same attention as the original headlines claiming crime is down. In another interview, the DSA's co-chair was pressed on the group's absurd policies, and unlike Mandami, he wasn't nearly as careful with his answers. Now, before we play that, though, here's a quick word from today's sponsor. All right, this one's strategic. Modern defense is only as strong as its supply chain. And right now, Washington is racing to close one of our biggest vulnerabilities. Almost every fighter jet, tank, missile, and advanced weapon system depends on tungsten. Yet we haven't commercially mined the metal in nearly a decade. That's why the White House is investing heavily to rebuild domestic supply. The Pentagon has already committed funding to restart U.S. tungsten production, while Trump signed Project Vault, which brings another $12 billion into critical minerals. And another $30 billion announced to strengthen domestic supply chain, and the direction is clear. That's where Vault Strategic Mining comes in. Trading as NOx in Canada and KNXFF in the US, the company is assembling what could become one of the most strategic tungsten portfolios in the country. Rather than searching for new deposits, Vault focuses on historic American mines, applying modern exploration to bring proven assets back to life. Its flagship project in Nevada operates under a defense minerals exploration.
Ghost Marine, how you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. Good morning. Yeah, people don't do no research, man. They just hear some stuff that sounds good and go straight with it. No research, just feelings. That's insane. You got Zoro Mandani, you know what I'm saying, supposed to link up with Iran or something like that. I'm going to play the video after this one. I'm going to play a few videos of Zoran the dummy on bullshit. It's a Christian capitalist nation. I don't know why the people want to try to make it to a Muslim. Keep that shit overseas, man. We Christians. We love God. We want peace. The Muslims, they believe in chaos, destruction. Messing with little kids, little girls, man. That's nasty. Because she bleeds, all of a sudden it's okay to mess with her and marry her. You are insane. You got people talking about the Epstein files and Trump. But you guys let the Muslims come in and they known for messing with little kids. How you want to put it? That's nasty, man. That's fucked up.
Contract during World War II, making this more than a new discovery story. It's about restoring a resource that once supported America's defense industry. Timing also matters a lot. Tungsten prices remain near record levels as governments look for a secure supply outside of China. Vault's flagship sits within one of North America's most productive historic tungsten belts, placing the company directly where demand and policy are beginning to align. If you want to learn more about them, click the link in the description. Special thanks to Vault Strategic Mining for making today's video possible.
This new candidate for New York 13, Ms. Chevalier, she was part of a group on campus, a divestment group, and that group believes in, quote, nothing short of the total collapse of the structure of the American empire itself. Our goal is to eradicate Western civilization, to undermine and eradicate America. We act in full support of the Palestinian resistance and believe in
That's what I'm saying.
Invest in violence in America. Are those ideas that the DSA also endorses?
No, I don't think I would endorse that language. I think we are about expanding democracy in every part of our lives, and we want to democratically handle how militarized our society has become.
So let's get more specific about what you mean in terms of policies. I mean, you admitted that abolishing the Senate is radical, but it's something you think that more people think is pretty reasonable. DSA is also on the record talking about the need to defund the police and freedom for all incarcerated people. Do you believe in anybody being incarcerated for any kind of crime?
Okay, we'll get to his answer in a minute, but I want to point something out first. The people leading the DSA aren't stupid. They know exactly what they're doing. And while a lot of people still don't take them seriously, you should take their agenda at face value.
Right.
Remember how many downplayed the BLM too? We also how successfully they pushed for defunding the police in many cities, which led to higher crimes. The key difference is that efforts were mostly local. The DSA is looking to enact its radical agenda nation.
I'm 43 years old. I grew up and was told, read for myself, that communism is bad. It doesn't work. That's obvious. What happened? Now all of a sudden communism is good? What the heck, man? You can't have these teachers, man. Well, they activists. You got these activists, all of a sudden it comes in, now they teachers. These activists don't mean no good to us as Americans, especially in our school system. They weird and they bogus. Lying to our kids. Teaching them damn pronouns. Fuck them pronouns. Can these kids read and write? That's what it's all about. Read, write, and learning math. And yeah, of course, learn your history. And nothing wrong with learning your history. The history doesn't make you a victim. These people learn the history and become victims. Like, what the hell? Damn. So yeah, as parents, man, we gotta start going back to our schools and see what's going on. Sit in the classroom with the teachers and kids and see what they teachers teaching our kids, man. We need to go start doing that as parents. Go back to the classrooms and sit in the back of the class and see what the hell these teachers are teaching our kids. On the real.
Wide. And it goes beyond open borders. Shutting down prisons and abolishing ICE. Socialism is front and center. And some of their own members openly identify as Marxists. With that in mind, listen carefully to what the co-chair says next.
You know, I believe, I can say what I feel personally. I think there for sure is violent crime or things that are really atrocious things that happen that, for sure in the near term or foreseeable future, I think there is a need to keep that in check. I think there is a lot of lower level crime.
Without incarceration, how do you keep murderers from murdering people?
I think that there is so much low-level crime that our current system just goes after people for things like jumping a turnstile in a subway station or somebody having a mental health episode.
Okay, but do you think that murderers should be put in prison? Do you think that murderers should be put in prison and incarcerated, or no?
I'm okay with that. I think that things that are low-level crime that should not have police responding by shooting a teenager who jumps their turnstile or who is having a mental health episode. Crime has actually gone down in the past few months that Zoran Mamdani has been mayor and is starting to enact the policies that he campaigned on.
Well, when you don't arrest anybody and you don't put this crime stats in, of course it looks like crime would down.
Again, what exactly does he mean by, quote, a mental health episode?
Right.
It's one of those broad phrases that can be stretched to cover almost anything if you wanted to. And with all this talk about protecting working people, shouldn't that also include making sure they live in safe cities? That's the part they never seem interested in explaining.
Nope.
It's beyond me how, after the 2024 election, when a lot of people thought Democrats would move back towards the center, they instead doubled down and kept drifting further left. Now, whether you call it democratic socialism or something else, there's no denying that the movement is gaining momentum. Now, hopefully it runs its course sooner rather than later, and we can get back to something that at least resembles normalcy within our politics.
Crazy, guys. Stay with me. At Austin High School in Chicago, and I was there head of security for about 5 years. And this is like going from like 2015 to 2020. And I saw the downfall then. If you had perfect attendance, you get to graduate. Or if you don't have a fight, you get to graduate. I'm like, come on, man. These kids cannot read an analog clock. They can't write in cursive. They just can't read at all. They can't even do math. And then when it comes to expecting authority, they ain't even taught that. It's fucked up, man.
A bunch of college-age boys went on a boat, partying 4th of July weekend in Mississippi.
Yeah, you got my urgent text.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani's International Affairs Commissioner just got caught trying to set up a meeting with Iran. And Mamdani holds a press conference to do damage control to say he knew nothing of the sort about this meeting. Do you believe him? New York City, if there was not a time as now for a recall election, I don't know when it is. We have got to get this guy out of office. This is so dangerous, and now we see the reason behind why he wanted to become mayor. Outside of the fact that he lied about every campaign promise, you may say politicians lie, that's what happens. But this man has an underlying reasoning why he wants to become the mayor of one of the biggest cities in this world. And I'm telling you guys, you put him in office and look at what's going on. Your property taxes way up. The landlords are just gonna leave. They're not gonna fight. They can own property anyway. These people are millionaires are leaving by the Tesla truckloads. Okay, we need them. We need them. In case you didn't know, the people with money bring money to your city. And now this, a meeting with Iran to say what? You're a mayor of a city that is crumbling. There's enough work to do right here. What are you going overseas for? To say what? To do what? What would that solve? And then you get caught and you say you didn't know. So are we expecting the termination of this commissioner? Are we expecting an early resignation or replacement of this commissioner? No, that person still has a job because he knew about it. This man is a liar. He's dangerous. And I'm telling you guys, if there was never a time, it's called a recall election. It's like an impeachment, but specifically for mayors. He needs to go. This is going to be such a shit show, and I don't even get on here and curse and all that. This is going to be crazy. New York City, thank God I can move other places in the state because he's not. What do you mean you're meeting with Iran?
Unfortunately, the Trojan horse has already arrived. Zohran Mamdani is not going anywhere. They cannot impeach him through city council. They cannot do a recall election in New York. He's stuck in there. They could use the inability committee with 5 people, but the way he has his team set up, I doubt that will work. The governor, Kathy Hochul, could kick him out of there, but we know she's not going to do that. And who knows who the next governor of New York State will be, but it looks like Zohran is here to stay. New York messed up big time, and the Trojan horse is here, and he's getting ready to tear stuff apart.
Well, New York City Mayor's office is under fire after Zohran Mamdani's International Affairs Commissioner reportedly made plans to meet with Iran's UN ambassador earlier this week. The timing could not have been worse. And the New York Post reporting this scheduled meeting would have unfolded after Iranian troops fired missiles at 2 commercial ships traversing the Strait of Hormuz, an action Monday in direct defiance of an interim peace agreement between the U.S. and Iran.
Mamdani, I'm not surprised. I am far from surprised that you, your commissioner, whomever was on that email exchange was trying to...
What did it say? Joe SW9NK, dear Iran, you can have Trump, love America. How about you go? You go over there. You go overseas, Joe. Leave our president alone, because you ain't vote for him. Don't get an attitude. Don't be a bitch about it. America is great. I'm glad we got Trump. Common sense back in the office. That's crazy. It's awesome. You can have Trump. No, you can have. They can have your ass.
With Iran, and how you're going to sit here and say, "Oh, I didn't know until there was a president court." How is it that the federal government found out before you found out? He works underneath you. You didn't know that someone who works underneath you was trying to meet with the country that we're at war with, bro? Allegedly.
That
meeting did not take place. It will not take place, and I did not know about it until there was a press inquiry regarding it. And when it comes to the work of our commissioner and our international affairs office, it's to ensure that as we are a city of the world, that we are also there to meet with leaders from across the world. The focus is always on our city and our relationship. The commissioner recognizes that this was made an error, and we're working on a new process in terms of new meeting requests.
A new process? So she didn't think, oh, maybe I shouldn't be in talks with Iran.
Right.
It didn't cross her mind. I shouldn't be talking to these people because they are direct enemies and we're in an active war with them right now as we speak. And if he didn't know, that's even crazier on her part because she wasn't going to say anything. But I don't believe that for one bit. I believe he did know.
Yeah, he knew.
And they got caught.
You might not like the truth, but I'll never tell a lie. You lie, you lie, you lie so damn much. Oh, his downfall is coming. Last week, after it was found out that Iran was plotting on assassinating the president, guess what? It was also found out that 3 of his top advisors were going to meet with the ambassador of Iran. The Department of Justice found out and canceled the meeting. But according to the TikTok mayor, I know nothing. Yeah, you definitely knew about the meeting. This is a problem. I'm going to tell you why. We know. We found out that Iran was plotting on assassinating the president. And you're telling me that 3 of your top officials were going to meet with Iran when you're in New York and the president has a majority of his properties in New York? Oh, bitch, you just fucked up. I said it before. His downfall is going to be his ego and the fact that he's moving just a little bit too fast. Some would even say that meeting with a country that we're currently at war with would be treason and a violation of the Logan Act. I think the majority of America will agree with me when I say this man needs to go the fuck back home.
Shout out to Sophie Cunningham as the Statue of Liberty here. I would love to see Zoran Mamdani get deported, but will it happen? I doubt it. We had more than enough proof and evidence to show that Zoran Mamdani was a Trojan horse, that he did not have the best interest of Americans and New Yorkers, and now people are having buyer's remorse. A little bit too late.
He always smiling. Trust nobody always smiling. It's good to be happy. But he be smiling because he know he's lying. And he's a devil. The devil's in him, man. I got to pray for that devil out of him. Pray for Mazani. Or Zoran, how you pronounce his name. Prayers for the man. I don't hate him, but pray for him. Because that's not how this works, man. But once again, black people want to blow blue no matter who. Because he say free stuff. They went with it. Silly motherfuckers. Now they upset. Voters' remorse.
Every week we've had more and more proof that this guy is going to put his constituents, which are foreigners and illegal aliens, above American citizens. Yep. And now here we are, where we literally have the mayor of New York City trying to put together plans, allegedly, privately with Iran, going behind the president's back, going behind every American's back, and going to talk to Iran, allegedly, for what? Who knows? But couldn't have been for anything good. They're obviously our direct enemies. Why would you do this? I'll leave that for you guys to decide, but I think this is the biggest red flag we've seen so far.
How the hell is Mamdani not in jail right now?
How?
This guy's a mayor. He's not a government official. He's a mayor of a city. In what world does being a mayor give you the authority or clearance to go talk to another country's government? Mind you, not just another country's government, a terrorist country's government. And when confronted with this, do you know what Mamdani's only excuse was? I didn't know it was happening. I didn't know the meeting was happening. They just set it up without my knowledge. Which I don't believe at all, and I don't think anybody does. But if that is true, then that makes one of 2 things true. That means either you had no idea it was happening somehow, and that just makes you an inept mayor, because how is something like this going on behind your back?
Right.
Or the other option, which everybody thinks, by the way, you did actually know about it, and you're covering for it because you know it's illegal. There isn't really a good way to look at this, because any way you cut it is illegal. And the most frustrating part of this entire situation is that nothing will happen. Mamdani or whoever else was involved in this will somehow not end up in jail. Either this guy was trying to initiate peace talks illegally, by the way, because he's not an ambassador or anything. Either he's trying to illegally initiate peace talks with a foreign government, or he was trying to do something else, which, if it's true, in some cases is punishable by death. We already knew that this guy doesn't care about American citizens. He doesn't care about America. But until things start happening, until consequences start being dealt out to actions like this, people continue to lose faith in the government. The people don't care about the optics. We see what's happening and we want something to be done. The government should have that same mindset. But because it looks bad or whatever reason, they're not doing anything. And because of that, no one believes the government. We lose faith in them every day because of things like this. Grow a pair of balls and do something.
Oh, somebody's calling me. Oh, y'all watch. Hello? Yes. Mayor Ramadani Salami. Yes, this is Autumn, the Minister that works for God. How you doing? Call to the nation. Yeah, you got my urgent text. Well, I hope it. Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. You might not be out there here in a minute. I seen there where they said you was calling Iran for a meeting. See, this is alarming to the American people. As an American, well, I have a right to speak on a little something. Okay, I'm just want to call and tell you. Do we need to go into prayer close and ask God to reveal some things? Mm-hmm. Yeah, God, yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think I'm going to do that because something ain't right here.
No, it's not.
I'm smelling a little something. And I think the president needs to pull you right on in. You interfere. You are a mayor. You ain't the president. You can't call over there and tell the man you want him a meet and greet. All eyes need to be on you from here on out. I'm just telling you. Oh, no, he didn't think he yelled at me, y'all. Excuse me? Lower your tone of voice, sir. Lower your tone. Well, I talk loud. I know I talk loud. I have a deaf child. Anyway, so listen. I think the White House needs to pull you in.
Yeah.
And see what you got going on because, honey, you're not, something ain't right.
No, it's not.
This is Anna Maria Achilla. She works in Zohran Mamdani's office as the Commissioner of Foreign Affairs. So she is the liaison, the go-between between the UN and Zohran Mamdani's New York City office. He was just busted.
Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Good morning, good morning. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Name is Deunta. Everybody is welcome. Let's get it. If you voted for Zohran, well, I pray that you get common sense back. I pray that you get common sense back and don't do it again. You cannot vote people like this in office and expect things to be a certain way or go the way you want to. These people got an agenda, man. Because he's smiling and offering free shit doesn't mean, oh, I'm going to vote for him. Nah, do better. You got research, man.
By government officials for trying to set up a secret meeting with Iran. It's a little hazy who reached out to who, but the majority of the reports are saying that Iran reached out to Zohran's office and that she accepted this secret meeting. And then the government office stepped in. We have absolutely no idea what Anna and Iran were going to discuss because Anna's a full-blown lesbian with a wife. So there's this weird little caveat there. Why was she going to meet with leaders of a country that despise her lifestyle, her partner, her community, throw them off of buildings and murder them? We don't know. Anna won't say what the meeting was about. And the Iranians sure shit ain't gonna tell us. Mamdani's office is infamous for meeting with other world leaders who are notorious for aligning with his Muslim and Islamic points of view. This has not been the first time, and it probably won't be the last time. A lot of fuck shit's happening up there in New York.
We cannot let America become UK or Europe. We cannot let that shit happen, man. On the real. We gotta do better, America. We seen what's going on overseas, man. And it's not a good look at all. We gotta respect the Constitution and keep it, man. It's we the people. You guys love the government so much. God damn. The Constitution says we the people, not we the government. The government works for us. We the people. We voted them in. They work for us. Simple shit. What happened? They work for us.
You couldn't get me to visit New York, even if you paid me $1 million. I have absolutely no desire to ever go to New York City.
So it was reported today that the mayor of New York, the communist mayor Mamdani, aka Mamdani, according to President Trump, had a scheduled meeting with Iran. Now, why does a mayor of our country had, because now this since it's been found out, it's been canceled, but why did he have a scheduled meeting with a country that our country is at odds with? Okay, and when he was confronted about it, he stated that he wasn't aware of the meeting. Yeah, right. At any rate, you guys, and he also stated that New York City was a city of the world. No, New York City is a city of the United States of America. See, I told y'all that there have been certain people put up in positions to destroy this country. Okay? Like, it's obvious as day. Why is it that all we heard about was Ukraine and Russia when the former corrupt now president was in office? But then all of a sudden, right before Trump came back into office, now it's Iran. Like, where did Iran come from out of the blue? Okay, so I would say it's a collaborated effort from people that are within our own government, along with that state established in 1948, that same state that shares the same name of the people, the chosen people of God. Okay, that's not the chosen people of God, because that was a people, not a place. But they warned President Trump about Iran. Okay, and I would say, the enemy does not want peace. Okay, that's why every time Trump tries to get a peace deal or a ceasefire, it always falls through. The enemy don't want peace. He only comes to kill, steal, and destroy. That's his only purpose, his only goal in life. It's to steal, it's to kill, and destroy. And so I just pray that God protects our president, because he was made aware of the threat, and he said something I didn't like, because he was like, I've been lucky so far, but maybe not much longer. And I don't like him talking like that, because I normally don't hear my president talk like that. But I pray that God would protect him, if it's in his will, that he would give him divine protection against these demons. But he did say he left orders that if they were to succeed, that they would be bombed into oblivion.
Shout out to President Trump. We definitely need to be saying some prayers for him. Hopefully Iran never succeeds. Hopefully President Trump is able to continue out his mission and complete his term.
Right.
And hopefully we can have Marco Rubio or Vance or somebody really good after Trump. We got to continue the mission. We don't need Iran throwing a fork in the game as we're trying to fix the country. So I'm tired of Iran. I am tired of Mamdani. I'm tired of all these anti-American people that are going against the country from within and from outside. So we need to continue to say prayers for this country, because obviously the battle is not over. It's far from finished. There are a lot of people that will fight until their last day, their last breath, to make sure that they see the downfall of America. And we can't let that happen. I can't let that happen as long as I am able to breathe and walk and talk.
Can't let it happen.
Shout out to President Trump for standing firm against Iran. Say some prayers for the man. And look, we got to do something about Mamdani if he's going to be going behind our backs and going against the country. Is that not treason? How are we still here? I don't know, but the Democrats have proven time after time that they are the party of evil, that they are willing to work with the enemy, whether it's Iran or China or whoever else. They will go against the American people for foreign interest, for money, for...
That's insane.
Plants, which is why let the socialist games begin. Mayor Zoran Mamdani's promise of city-owned grocery stores is running headfirst into the people who actually...
Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. I'm finna give you guys some heat about Mamdani, man. I'm gonna keep coming with it. And the good thing about it is you got Cash Jordan. He lives in New York, so he's going through it. I'm glad he's reporting and sharing it so I can share it with you guys. Because this is insane, man. You guys just... Facts over feelings, man.
Feed New Yorkers.
Oh, but you see, it's not just grocery stores on the chopping block in New York City, as 11% of the city's storefronts remain empty 6 years after the events of 2020, which our communist leaders blamed for all of their problems, revealing New York's real-time collapse. And the displacement of businesses is entirely self-inflicted, while the voters here who've embraced socialism plead with the mayor for more of it.
New York City, it is time for a grand experiment. Bread will be cheap. Eggs will be cheaper. Grocery shopping will no longer be an unsolvable equation.
No way. There's no way we can be open.
Red flags started flying after City Hall invited bodega owners to a so-called roundtable, only to hit them with a barrage of questions about their profits, best-selling products, and business models.
When New Yorkers are being priced out of their groceries, government will step in and deliver affordability. And workers will be treated with dignity.
You know, I always love people that never owned a business, never took a risk, want to tell us what to pay people. You know who dictates what people get paid? It's very simple, Ronnie. It's the market. Market dictates everything.
It seems like that the city is trying to figure out the best way to put them out of business.
Look, I'm not ashamed, and it's a mistake. I voted for him. They want us to be their consultants. They wanted to know what type of profit we're making. My grandfather was president of the Bodega Association. He would be rolling his grave.
According to this article, New York City has over 15,000 empty stores. And the new excuse for why this is that capitalism has failed, so we need more socialism. But just a few years ago, the events of 2020 were being blamed for this exact same phenomenon. And sure, the street traffic in Manhattan declined when the place was locked down for 3 years in a row. But for some reason, the rebound our overlords told us was just around the corner never ended up happening, because even before the new leader of the Democrat Party took control of this city, the socialism it was already afflicting itself with was wreaking havoc at record rates. And this is all getting worse because businesses, in order to succeed, need an environment that doesn't punish them for existing. But our mayor, he's looking around, he sees all these empty stores, and he says, well, this ain't working, time for something else. And that something else is the city stepping into the game with its own stores, while ignoring the fact that wages, which will soon be $30 an hour, as well as even higher taxes on the businesses and the owners of them, plus all of the fines and enforcement the city plans to dish out, are taking its toll on anyone with a skill set who's now running to the nearest bus headed for Florida and fighting for a seat. And that brings us to the real reason New York City has over 15,000 empty storefronts. You'd be crazy to rent one of those. If you rent one of those and you've got the money to set it up and build something, you better watch out, because the communists running this place, they're looking around for people to punish, and they're going to find you. And here's how they're going to dish out that punishment. Well, it's going to start with the free grocery stores, but those are only phase one, because after they steal from the law-abiding and the middle class in order to open these $30 million behemoths, the prosperity of this city will start to evaporate. And when it does, you're going to have even more businesses closed down, because everybody's going to get taxed to pay for these things, which means the communist voters here are going to start demanding not just free grocery stores, but free clothing stores, free furniture stores, free hardware stores, free electronic stores. If it closes, you name it, they'll want it, because every business in town is being set up to fail right now, because businesses are the enemy of the communists.
Red flags started flying after City Hall invited bodega owners to a so-called roundtable, only to hit them with a barrage of questions about their profits, best-selling products, and business models. Now Mamdani's team is scrambling to convince local grocers they won't see their prices undercut and be driven out of business. But
why would they have to scramble to convince people they're not going to put them out of business? All they have to do that is not have closed-door meetings
where everyone is sworn to secrecy, where they start asking people, hey, thanks for coming in. How much money do you make at your grocery store? What are your best-selling products? What do people really want to buy? What do they keep coming back for? Tell us all your secrets. I mean, that's diabolical. That's like asking your enemy on the battlefield how to defeat them, which is exactly what the communists are doing. And what are they also doing? They're lying about it. They're saying, nope, we're just going to have a core group of things. That's it. We're not going to undercut anybody. We're just here to help. Watch.
The city will subsidize a core set of staples. Bread will be cheap. Eggs will be cheaper. Grocery shopping will no longer be an unsolvable equation.
So the promo videos make it sound like this is going to be a glorified vegetable stand. Well, if that's the case, if it's going to be a glorified vegetable stand, if it's just going to be, the tiny little area of Walmart that's got the ginger and the peaches, if that's going to be the Mamdani Marts, why do they care about some of these other products? Listen to this.
What are they up to that they were trying to grill these bodega owners about, what items do you sell? Which ones are the most profitable? Which ones do you make the most money on? What are they trying to do? What are they trying to get over on these minority-owned bodega owners?
To me, it's outrageous. Today, I just came from a press conference with my counterparts, with Fernando Mateo and the president of the Bodega Association and the president of the National Supermarket, Anthony Peña. We're all outraged because they have consultants that are really not consulting them. How can you think that the supermarkets are selling cigarettes? They don't sell supermarkets don't sell cigarettes. A lot of them don't. It's the bodegas. Now they're saying lottery tickets. They wanted to know what type of profit we're making on that.
Why would they want to know that if it's just going to be a glorified fruit stand? You see, the communists are lying. They don't plan to enter the grocery business and set up.
Hold on. Let me play me.
If you don't love America, just leave. Okay. You Democrats, you liberals, you Karens, you Kevins, your Shanays, your Shaquikas, and beta males. Just leave America, man. America's a great place, man. Stop being a victim. We're not victims at all. We are great people, man. America's a great nation, and you guys know that. You guys keep on falling for the overdose. You guys want the government to give you handouts, And America's a free country. You can't go overseas and do the stuff we do. Overseas, there's no free speech over there. But we got it here, but you guys want to go ahead and get rid of it because of your feelings, facts of the feelings. The Muslim is trying to take over America, and we can't let that happen at all. There is no need for this. The Muslims want to have their faith, keep it overseas, keep it over the east, because over here out west, we good. West side, baby. On the real, man, it makes no sense, man. You guys are just want to let people come in here so bad, the Democrats, just to stay in power.
Good morning, Brian.
They've been doing this for years.
Good morning, everybody.
Slavery. They want to give slaves up. They want to keep them. Lie to them. Send them off. Don't tell nobody about it. And they took a guy from Texas, let people know, hey, you guys are free. But guess what? We've been free because of God. Period. We don't even know a man that tell us to be free. We was already born free. Man. You get these people out here that say they want people to respect gay rights. There's no gay rights overseas. They'll throw your ass off a roof or chop your head off. They'll be able to put some depth to America. No depth at all. Don't hate on us. Make your country better. On the real, man, they come over here to some depth to America and free Palestine and all that. Really? Have any of you guys been overseas? Apparently they have not. They're on their phones seeing what they're seeing. They're getting sent off. That's why people that came to here for the World Cup, overseas, they love America. They like, damn, we get sent off. America's a great place. They want to come back. They love our foods. They love our buffets. They love the fact that you can buy a meal and get free refills on your drinks. You can't get that overseas. And if you do not as abundant as how America got it, America's an abundant place. It's not the best, but man, it is great. That's why people are dying to get here. The Democrat Party is a straight send-off, man. Stop voting blue no matter who. Vote red, don't get it. Vote red, don't be misled. Period. I just wanted to share that with you guys, man. I'm just a little pissed off how people keep on lying to themselves and lying to other people. America's a great place, man. It's a Christian nation. Period. None of this communist BS. We don't need none of that. Keep that stuff overseas, man. I just want to go ahead and get off my chest with you guys. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you. It's on the rant. Love you guys. We didn't ask you to come to America and all of a sudden change the Constitution. The Constitution is perfect how it is. The flag, the land, and everything about America is good. You guys want to come here? Come here. But don't come here with this other BS. Period. Don't come here with that. If not, stay where you at. This is USA. This is America, baby. I don't know where you guys got this whole thing about some the Muslim takeover or anything stupid like that. No, this is a Christian nation, capitalist. None of this communist BS at all. I don't know why you guys think
The
that.
message for the people of Gaza is going to be more of the message that should be sent to the people here, in that they have achieved the victory. We haven't done anywhere near enough. And the people here, I promise you, we do feel ashamed. We do feel like we're not doing enough. We do feel like change needs to come, because change must come. And in the form that it must come is that this empire, the American empire that's been hurting our people since the beginning, the imperial...
What is he talking about? Come on, chat. Did you get people in the chat in the comments? Let me know.
Western powers that have been hurting our people since the beginning, they must fall. And inshallah they will fall. And my message to the people of Gaza and the oppressed peoples across the world is that there are people here, both young and old.
Our women can walk around with no hijabs on and freely with no problem. Do their thing. They become OnlyFans and get paid. I'm not promoting, I'm just saying that's because America is. You do what you want to do. These people are corrupt, control. They want no peace. They just want chaos and death. And little kids, they nasty, man. Because she's 9 years old, 10 years old. They weird with this stuff, man. Leave these kids alone.
Who are going to be willing to fight and are willing to put their lives and everything they can on the line to bring these empires down.
This right here is an example of why the Democratic Party is becoming a bigger and bigger threat to the fabric of this nation. And I know that sounds exaggerative, but I mean it. And here's why I say that. So right there, likely a Muslim, talking about bringing down the American empire, our nation. Supporting what's going on in Gaza, probably supports Hamas, which is quite literally by definition a genocidal terrorist organization, but that's a whole other topic. You have Muslims who literally want to bring down this nation. Now let's think about democratic socialists. I played a video earlier. I'm just going to show you a quick clip.
And, we have a unique responsibility to act from the heart of empire, the belly of the beast. The most important thing that we can do is take that empire down from within.
She's talking about taking down the United States of America. So then kind of put the two together. Like, it doesn't make sense for progressives, for example, and Muslims to get along and be in the same voting block. It really doesn't make a lot of sense. But it does.
If your beliefs and all that stuff is work, keep it over there. Don't bring it here. What the fuck? That's crazy, man. That's not cool, man. I don't understand why America let these people come in like this, man. But you already know who's doing the Democrat Party. Just to stay in power. They're like, anybody in here just to stay in power, man. It's literally a movie. We're literally in a movie for real with this. Both sides is not perfect, I get it. At least one side know the woman is. Leave her kids alone. And believe in God. Only two genders. Man.
It makes sense if many of their goals are both the destruction of this country. Here's another reason why Democrats are threats, because they want to let anybody into our country. So they let anybody in. Now people who want the destruction of our country get in, they get the power to vote, and then they vote for things that would destroy our nation. Democrats governing would not.
And black and brown, goofy, you know what I'm saying? Liberals and white, liberals, Karens, your nay-nays, your shenay-nays, and your beta males vote for this dumb stuff. He want it free. And they get mad at me because I'm MAGA. I believe in America, America first. I love everybody, I love all the countries. But I live here in America. When I get a chance to go overseas, come on, you guys. We got to do better with this, man. You guys cannot fall for the okie doke. Period.
Be good stewards of America. They would likely, quite literally, allow our country to be ran into the ground. And if the right Democrats got in power, they would actively and purposely run it into the ground. The modern Democratic Party today is a problem. And it's up to us to ensure that they don't run our country into the ground.
Hell no.
I'll say it again. If you're not registered to vote, make sure you're registered to vote. Plan to vote in these midterms.
Vote red, everybody. Vote red.
Or think about it. There are many Democratic socialists who want the destruction of this nation.
Then think about how they said the slogan, vote blue no matter who. That's stupid. And they cool with that. Vote red, don't be misled.
And there are Muslims who want the destruction of this nation. Who's leading the city of New York City? A Muslim Democratic Socialist. It's just something to pay attention to. This is where the Democratic Party's heading. So don't forget, I have a free email newsletter where I cover these topics in more detail. The link to that's in my profile. Click that link, drop your email in, hit subscribe, and you'll be good to go.
Just wanted to share it with you guys again, always. Thanks for stopping by. Name is Deunta. Thank you, guys. We got this. We got this red wave, baby.
By fruit stand, you see the communists are lying. They don't plan to enter the grocery business and set up some healthy-only mart that nobody's going to want to shop at because it doesn't carry any of the other stuff. They want to sell the worst things for humanity in their stores, too. That's why they're asking these types of questions. These stores are going to carry way more than an apple and an orange, that's for sure. And the reason for that is because communism, you have to understand, it's all about the optics. All they care about is how things look. And it has to look from the moment they set up their supermarkets, which are going to cost $30 million a piece, that these places are succeeding. The news is going to all show up. They're all going to want to see what's going on, and they need to.
Hey, he said, who's tap dancing? I'll tap dance. Want to know I'm going to tap dance? Because I'm free. I'm glad you're in the chat. What is this, Lynn? I'm glad you're in the chat, Lynn. I'm 100% American, man. No immigration here for me. Born and raised in America. My grandma was 100 years old. She was born in Mississippi, Green, Mississippi. So no, I'm not an immigrant. If you talk to me, if you're referring to me in the chat about me being an immigrant, I'm not. Period.
see a long line of people fighting at the door to get in, and they're going to need to see a horde of people coming out with receipts that show how much money they're saving, smiles on their faces, and bags full of absolutely everything they need so that they never need to shop anywhere else. You see, that's what needs to happen, or these places are going to be ridiculed as failures. And if they only sell vegetables, that's exactly what's going to happen, and they know it, which is why they're coming for everybody else.
When we don't even sell that. So I think they're out of touch. No. And what they're doing is creating more division.
Yeah, they're not out of touch.
Right now, we had the legal counsel call me this week wanting to meet with me. I want to meet with the mayor. I don't want to meet with the legal counsel or the deputy mayor
of
economic injustice, because she's supposed to be helping minority businesses, not hurting them. So to me, she is a perfect person that was put there to hurt our community.
Well, actually,
2,205 subscribers. Appreciate you guys, man. We are growing. Getting the truth out there. Facts over feelings. Common sense, man. Can't have no type of crazy ass invasion. No way, no way.
So they have this deputy mayor of economic justice, which he jokingly says is the deputy mayor of economic injustice. And he's right. But to the communists, you having a grocery store, selling eggs, and earning a profit, that's injustice. And this is the connection that nobody in New York City is willing to make. Nobody in New York City wants to understand that the communists see every single thing that keeps the capital of capitalism afloat as wrong, which is why the whole thing needs to be torn down, obliterated. And when you see these empty storefronts, well, that's not because the city is taxing these businesses. That's not because the city makes it too hard for these businesses to exist. Oh no, it's because the landlord's greedy. It's because the landlord wants more rent. It's because the utility rates are too high. Never mind the state shut down all the power plants, which is why during the heat wave we had businesses, supermarkets, the same bodegas they're coming for, throwing out all their food into the street. You think the city-run grocery store is going to be set at 78 degrees like the mayor ordered and demanded everybody else do? The own government buildings weren't set there, and when these buildings lose power, it's going to be the bodegas that run out of electricity. The city-run store is going to be open. Then they'll say, what a success! Next summer, just you wait. There's going to be another heat wave. The whole neighborhood's going to shut down, but oh, hey, come to the city-run grocery store. We'll take care of you. And before you try to blame all these store closures on the landlords themselves, check this out.
Only they change the sign. Everything is everything is same.
MD Khalila Rahman of Parkchester says his name no longer adorns the signs of 3 restaurants he sold in the last couple years.
Oh, why did he sell?
Did keep the look of his former restaurants.
This glass me put me that there. This is chair me. It is the same menu. Only they change the name.
Rahman says despite working 7 days a week, high rents, rising food costs, and increases to the minimum wage left him losing too much money to keep his restaurants going.
Really?
It's bad for me. I am depression. It is broken my heart because I have lost more than $3 million in this time. Every month I am losing the money, more than $100,000.
Wow. So we got a whole bunch of businesses closing down in New York City because the city's own rules make it too expensive to operate these businesses. Now, when the mayor looks around and he sees these empty storefronts, no matter what type of line of work they're in, he says, well, capitalism's failing. Greed got the best of somebody, couldn't afford the rent. I blame the landlord. Meanwhile, the business owner talks about rising costs, putting him out of business. Now, if you're going to mandate wages that preclude the business from being able to hire people and maintain its profit margins, they have to go out of business. And if you do that at the same time, insurance and food prices are going up. What are these companies supposed to do? But you know who's not going to have any of these wage-related problems? The city-run grocery stores. Listen.
An unsolvable equation. And workers will be treated with dignity. This is what we mean by a new era. When New Yorkers are being priced out of their groceries, government will step in and deliver affordability.
So when the mayor says that there is a new era here where workers will be treated with dignity, what he means is that if your business is not the city-run store, and if your employer is not the government, you are being exploited, you are being taken advantage of, you just exist to build somebody else's mansion, you just exist to get hurt by a system that is totally rigged, but no longer. That's why the free stores exist. It's to save the world. We're going to have affordable prices. People are going to become millionaires bagging groceries, and we're going to do it by taxing the greedy rich people. What could go? Oh, yeah. Everything can go wrong because you know what? That's not going to work. That's a fantasy. Listen.
That's why when you go into Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, you're paying $10 for a cup of coffee because it's all simple math. So anyone who comments and says, we don't pay enough, what do we do here at Paisans, Ronnie? You started as a driver, then you worked as a counter guy, then you went to manager, and now you're managing partner. That's how it works. Entry-level jobs for teenagers. I used to work a paper out back in the day, making $2 a day, you know? You come in here, you start at the bottom, whether it's washing dishes, answering phones, working the counter, and you start at, say, $15 an hour. These people think people at McDonald's cashier jobs are not meant to feed 5 kids, feed a family. It's meant for you to have a job while you're in school, in college. You're working your way up. You're trying to better yourself. That's what a lot of these entry jobs are. It's kind of changed.
Right. It's changed because they want entry-level jobs to have $30 an hour minimum wage. Now, if you're going to do that, you destroy the affordability because now the business has to charge even more money for what it sells if it wants to pay that $30 an hour minimum wage and stay open. And the second thing you destroy is what he just spent the first half of this clip talking about. The whole economic ladder gets blown out of the water. You want to destroy how your society functions? Eliminate all the entry-level jobs. You know, there's a lot of hate about entry-level jobs. Oh, we're working at McDonald's. Oh, entry-level jobs. Oh, these jobs, they're exploiting people. They're not paying people enough. Well, look, these entry-level jobs exist to give somebody who doesn't have $30 an hour worth of skills the opportunity to get into the workforce. The worst thing you can do is to have a city like New York that has one of the worst education systems. They're graduating people who have a skill level that's here, and then they're going to set the minimum wage here. What are these people supposed to do? They can't get into a workforce of $30 an hour minimum wages if they're graduating them with $5 to $10 an hour worth of marketable skills. They are setting the entire city up for an affordability disaster. No one's going to be able to find jobs. No one's going to be able to work at the jobs that are out there because they're totally unqualified. Everyone's going to need a handout. Everyone's going to need to go to the free grocery store while it's open until it shuts down because this place just runs out of money. The whole thing is wrong. We need jobs that people who have the skills that they're graduating with can get into and then quickly work their way up. That's what we need. We should be talking about economic mobility, but the problem is the socialists see economic mobility and they see profit and they see people who are independent and they want none of that.
Our perfect person that was put there to hurt our community, hurt the immigrant community that need loans right now. The mayor should be talking about loans. Like I told Fernando Mateo, it's not about how our profit margins of the bodegas. My grandfather was president of the Bodega Association. He would be rolling his grave with the way I was in the Marqueta. How are they going to put where Puerto Ricans started? That, to me, my stomach rolled over when I was with Fernando Mateo in the press conference today. To me, what are they doing? First thing that the president of the National Association said, Frank, you're going to be there representing us. You need to tell them we don't sell lottery tickets. We don't sell, and we're not making money on cigarettes. Cigarettes, there hasn't been a raise on cigarettes in years. So why are they mentioning stuff that we're not selling?
Because they plan to sell those things. And what's so fascinating about this is you have an entire city that elected Mayor Mamdani. He said he was a socialist. And if you know anything about world history, you know how the socialists operate. They always promise everything. They promise things are going to be great, but they're not actually telling the truth. He promised a bunch of city-run grocery stores. Well, now these city-run stores, they're going to be everything stores. They're going to try to build city-run Walmarts. They're going to try to sell every single thing that they can to put every single business that they can out of business because they don't want people shopping at your business. If your business sells
right, the government's a piece of shit, but the thing about it is we the people gotta let the government know they work for us, period. It's we the people, not we the government. And that's the problem. These people been in power too long. Lindsey Graham, all of them, 40 years, that's too long, man. They should not be in power that long and die in office. That's crazy. Term limits on both sides.
clothes, t-shirts, radios, doesn't even matter what it is. They're going to shut them all down. They're going to put them all out of business, and they're going to love it when everyone has to crawl to them to get their tires checked.
Because that's crazy. They supposed to be, making $150,000 a year? And all of a sudden, these people are multi-millionaires, and we still, you know what I'm saying? They millionaires, and we not. And we both in power to become millionaires? No, we should be the millionaires. We should have the wealth. How we both these people in, they become rich. Insane.
To get their oil changed, to get a t-shirt, to get a toothbrush, to get a vegetable, because then they've got total control and they've got the optics of, hey, we've defeated the capitalists, we beat them at our own game. They can't wait to come out and say, our store's thriving.
Always smiling and shit. I do not trust that guy. Constantly smiling. Smiling of the devil. Evil, man. I wish the people in New York seen this, man. What's the actor named Michael Rappaport? He was trying to tell them, hey, you guys, Zoran Mundummy, the dummy, he's no good for New York, but people still voted him in. I don't trust most actors. I don't trust none of the actors. They all paid. But at least this one, Michael Rappaport woke up, got red pill, and realized that Mundumy's not a good person for New York. He's trying his best with his podcast to get the word out, but they still voted for him. I guess you gotta, you live and you learn.
I don't know why those businesses over there aren't succeeding. They should do what we do. Never mind, we tax them to pay for the stuff in our store, which is cheaper than what they sell.
It's not fair to our vendors to say our pricing because a lot of the bodegas have confidentiality agreements that people don't recognize.
So let me ask you this.
Look, I'm not ashamed, and it's a mistake. I voted for him. Like I told his legal counsel, I want to meet with him.
So, this is the problem. Somebody came in promising socialism. And the only way you can vote for that is if you don't know how socialism works. We in America have been lied to about socialism by our education system and by
Y'all saw that slogan, Almere you can afford? Yeah, right. This motherfucker bogus as hell. Dang. Was it New York with $127 in debt? No, $120 billion in debt or something like that. That's a lot of money for one city. $100 billion for New York? Wow.
Dream news networks that have been hiding this from people. They want us to think socialism's great. They want us to think socialism's going to help out the little guy. And what we've got here happening in New York is the Obama effect. A transformative candidate with a bright future who breaks all of these barriers has come to town, and he's here to save the world. And if you stand against him, there's something wrong with you. And even though what he says isn't going to work, everyone voted for this. Everyone saw Mamdani say he's a socialist, and they said, yeah, man, that's going to work. Here we are. We got a leader of the business community, and he says, I think socialism's going to be great. Now, you can only say that if you don't know what...
He said, MAGA report, yeah, he was dissing Trump at first. But I guess he got red pill now. MAGA rep report.
Socialism is. You can only say that if you're going to listen to the mayor tell you with a straight face that he's here to help with socialism and say, yeah, that sounds like a cure. But no, it's a disease.
This is his policy.
And I don't want to meet with the deputy economic justice that's injustice. Why? Because they should be working on the issues with certification that's taking our members 2 or 3 years to get certified. They should be dealing with the corruption in SPS, not that she oversees. She should be sitting down with us and saying, how can I help you access the capital? You can't get capital because the SBA is not giving immigrants business loans no more. We'll help you with that.
Seems like reading some of the questions that were being asked these bodega owners and these operators, it seems like that the city is trying to figure out the best way to put them out of business.
They want us to be their consultants. If they got $30 million, let them hire people that know this. Don't try to take information from our members.
Be a consultant to put yourself out of business.
Right, that's correct.
Right, so here's the problem. There's people who said, this is America. We take good ideas from over here, we take good ideas from over here, we slap them together, and we got a great country. But what they don't realize is that socialism is the opposite of capitalism. Capitalism thrives on accountability because if you do well, you get rewarded, and if you do poorly, you get country. But what they don't realize is that socialism is the opposite of capitalism. Capitalism thrives on accountability because if you do well, you get rewarded, and if you do poorly, you go out of business. And it also thrives on private property. But socialism doesn't thrive on accountability because no one's accountable, because everyone's suffering together. Everyone's taxing each other to open the free grocery store, which goes out of business and doesn't have any food. They say, I don't know how that happened. And nobody's got any private property. So socialism is the opposite of capitalism. And if you're going to replace the system we have with another system, don't be surprised when the people who come in who really believe this stuff, they said they were socialists, when they come in and they say, hey, we're going to come here and bring economic justice to the city, they're looking at you. They're looking at your business. They're looking at the profit you make, and you are their enemy. And you voted for them to come in and tell you that. That's the sad thing about this. The sad reality here is we're not taking a little bit of socialism and a little bit of capitalism and making a great country together. We're replacing the foundations of a great country with the foundations of failure that have never worked and aren't going to work here either. What do you think about that? See you in the next video.
Thank you guys. We are growing. We are growing. Let's play some crazy leftists.
We got it back. Lefties losing it. Let's jump into it, shall we? Bro, how do they?
This is too much free time.
Well, honestly, this looks like a bunch of old retired folks. So
yeah,
I guess maybe that's why they have a bunch of time on their hands. But I was gonna say, like, how do they have this much time on their hands? Like, what? Like, genuinely, what do you think? We won't be holler about our friends. Like, what do you think that's going to do?
Nothing.
Like, genuinely, do you think that's going to change anything? No, it doesn't change a single thing. You are wasting your time out there. Absolutely wasting your time. But hey, to each his own, I guess. If that's how they want to spend their time, you know, hey, have at it.
I don't need to work. I don't work at all. You're right. You're right, I don't work. I just stay right here in my bed, snuggled up, and reply to y'all dumbass comments. And I got my Section 8. Yeah. So you pay them this.
But damn, at least get your fucking teeth fixed. You know all this free shit and your teeth still fucked up. That's crazy. Amazing.
These rent here.
There you go right there. See, her right here is a perfect example why we as conservatives got to get out here and vote. Because she's able to sit at home all fucking day and vote. Ain't no test, she probably vote more than one time. Because, you know, Democrats, they cheat. But she's able to sit at home and do shit. We got to vote this shit out, man. Period. It's not right at all. It's unfair. If she's disabled, by all means, get the benefits, get the help. But she's not disabled. She just said, I'm gonna stay in the bed all day and be on her fucking phone. And that's bogus as hell, man. Like I work 36 hours, 12-hour shifts over the weekend. It's like tomorrow, I gotta work tomorrow a 10-hour shift. You know what I'm saying? I'm going in this money. But she had to go ahead and sit home all day and be on her ass. That's bogus as hell, man. And I work at a warehouse. And that shit can be irritating. Because you gotta do paperwork, gotta do the math, make sure the product is on the line, make sure that the product on the line is the right item number and component, all type of crazy ass shit. That's bogus as hell, man. She got to sit at home all day while we out here working. And we paying her to sit there on her fucking phone.
For this apartment. And phone service. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And free internet service. Like all that. Right here. So while you out here clocking in,
see what I'm saying?
I'm right here snuggled up in my bed. Toothless and happy.
Damn!
That's why y'all really mad. It's because
that's messed up. So she's aware of the bullshit she's doing. Wow. Oh, man.
I don't have to work. I just be right here in my bed every day and every night, snuggled up while y'all pay my bills. Yeah. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, that's crazy. And I am upset.
Look at this. She's a black woman in America telling us that she can sit at home all day and be on her phone and gotta do shit. So, what about this old white supremacies and all this bullshit? Ain't a white man going to her house and snatching up and telling her to go to work. She at home chilling. Now she telling herself that she at home ain't able to do nothing and get away with it. That's on her. I hope somebody do find out where she's at and make her ass go to work. That's fucked up, man. We out here working our ass off and people out here could just sit there and do nothing. And then bitch about America. She at home sitting there on her ass, but then she gonna complain about America. Amazing.
Upset. I ain't gonna lie to you. And it's stuff like that, bro. If I'm president and I got the House and I got the Senate, I'm shutting it down. So, hey, we're gonna have to call up Uncle Trump and send him that video. It's like, can we get that video to Uncle Trump? Please. Because that is just utterly ridiculous. To be able to just lay in bed all day and receive government assistance, no, that's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like I said before, my whole stance on government assistance is you got 12 months to be on government assistance. 12 months. You want food stamps, you want Section 8, you can have it all, the whole kit and caboodle. But you only got it for 12 months. After that, it's sink or swim. You on your own, buddy.
She said women
You're on your own.
Yes, she did.
Figure it out. And if you got kids and you can't take care of them, you're going to jail. You're going to jail. We'll take care of the kids because we already taking care of them anyway via Section 8 and all this other government assistance. So we'll take care of the kids. But you going to jail. I guarantee you start doing that, stuff like what you just saw goes out the window.
Right, if you're disabled,
you won't see any type of stuff like that anymore.
But she's not disabled.
Matter of fact, bring back shame again too. Like, since when has it been like good to brag about living on government assistance? Like, since when has it been cool to brag about being broke? Like what? Like that's literally what she was doing, bragging about being broke.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, let's keep it rolling.
My sister told me that she and my mom were talking about my piercings.
What is that?
And how they think it's just a form of validation. I'm seeking validation by getting all of them.
Well, yeah, all the hoes know what she's doing. Shit.
And they're like, it's just another one of her autism hyperfixations. Maybe, okay? Maybe. And they make fun of me for all of those. And so, obviously, this isn't going to be different. And they genuinely don't see it as, like, mocking me. They don't. And they don't understand that it's hurtful to say those things. And they think they're right. And so when I get upset, they're like, well, why are you getting upset? Anyways, I don't like feeling like this all of the time with my own family. I don't know how to go about that.
I agree with the fam. 100%. I agree with the family. Do y'all agree? Let me know. Let's keep it rolling.
The next black person who dies from a white person.
No, shut the fuck up. It's black and black crime going on all the goddamn time. Nobody outraged. As soon as the opposite race do something, oh, outrage, time to march, time to go call Ben Crump. Y'all stupid as hell, man. Al Sharpton and Ben Crump, never see them in Chicago when it's a black and black crime. New York, California, anywhere. As soon as a black and white issue, they got to jump up and preach and lie and send people off. Nobody got their foot on our necks, they knee on our necks, Al Sharpton. They on your motherfucking neck. You on the Democrat plantation. That's the problem. They want us to stay on the plantation. No. The fuck? 2026. Democrat Party has never changed. They've been corrupt since day one. And they got so fucking corrupt, now they want to bring in socialists. AOC, she got money. She went from being a bartender and now she working with $2 million. Bernie Sanders, millionaire. Man, that's bogus, man. We gotta wake up, America, man. Get all our feelings, man. Look at this chick. She look demonic. Look at her eyes.
Hunt the whole bloodline. Get the kids. Get the dog. Get the cat.
Yeah, both sides is corrupt.
Make them regret it. Haunt the
At least
whole
one knows
family
what a woman is. Two
Call in
genders.
recruitments.
Keep men out of women's bathroom and sports.
I mean, do you say the same thing for the black folks that kill black people too? Are you gonna hunt them all too? You gonna get get their cats and dogs and whatever else too. You know, like, this is silly. It's silly. It's silly. We have a justice system for a reason. So acting like that and saying that simply because it's white people, but you don't say the same thing. I'm assuming. Pause this clip. But you don't say the same thing when it comes to black on black.
Nope.
It's crazy.
Quiet.
It's crazy.
I'm assuming, Donna, you were replying to someone else when they said we were kings and queens. We have the right as black people to call ourselves kings and queens. We do stem from royalty. We do come from regal culture.
This dude's a fucking idiot. Period. The kings and queens of Africa sold our ancestors as slaves. It wasn't kings and queens, it was slaves. What is this dude talking about?
Okay? You, on the other hand, I'm assuming you white.
I thought no kings.
Come from caveman, Neanderthal bloodlines, which is nowhere connected to royalty, to majestic culture. Not at all, sweetie. Not at all. So we will continue to have the right, and we will say that we are kings and queens because we come from royalty. Okay? Bloodlines. Yours is Neanderthal. I'm quite sure of that.
You know what I find funny about stuff like that?
Go ahead and say it.
Black people like him.
Yep.
If a white person had flipped that and said the same thing but in reverse, you know, it's fine for him to call white people Neanderthals and all this stuff, but it's fine for him to call white people Neanderthals and stuff like that. But if a white person turned around and called him a monkey, that he descended from apes and gorillas,
Chimping.
like, he would lose his mind. Oh, how dare you racist. And it's like, well, you just called them Neanderthals, though. Like, if it's fine one way, then it's fine the other. And if it's not fine one way, then don't say it the other way. That's what's crazy to me. You know? It's wild. It's wild. They be the first to cry and complain, oh, he called me a monkey. You racist. You know, it's just crazy. Don't call people out their name. Why are you calling white people Neanderthals? If you know you would lose your mind if they called you an ape. It's just, it's silliness, man. It's silliness. People done lost their minds. Anyway, let's get one more in. I ain't gonna hold y'all long today. Let's see what we got. Oh, no music. If you care about the planet not turning into a literal oven, consider taking public transit every once in a while instead of your dang.
What white supremacy? What are you talking about in the chat about some white supremacy? A black dude voting for white supremacy. This is hilarious or ironic. I don't understand about white supremacy. I don't get it.
Car. No.
And I believe the term white supremacy came from Africa. When a white man came to Africa with the guns, they called them boomsticks, and they considered the white man superior because the stuff that the white man brought over to Africa for goods and services and trades. So that wasn't an American name. That was an overseas name, white supremacy.
Nope, not doing it. And not because you know, I think I'm too good to take public transit. I have before. Boy, I tell you, I saw some crazy mess. I literally watched a homeless person bite a man's face. Not even kidding. Wildest stuff I had ever seen. Wildest stuff. Some of the wildest stuff. It's not the wildest thing I've ever seen, but like in the moment, like being right there, it was crazy. I don't even remember how it started, but yeah, a homeless guy like bit this man's face, like whole, like teeth, everything just latched on. Like luckily he didn't tear his skin off. Like that's what I thought was going to happen. But when the homeless person like finally let go and like ran away, like you could see all of his teeth in this man's face. It was just, oh man. Anyway, but yeah, no thanks. I'm not taking public transit whatsoever. I don't buy into the whole climate stuff. I'm just no thank you. anyway, y'all get in the comments. Let me know your thoughts and your opinions. If you guys enjoy videos like this, I have an entire playlist of lefties losing it just like this that you can check out. I think I have over 20 videos in that playlist by now, maybe 30. So you can spend an entire day just watching that entire playlist.
Who's running for the Senate, and he'll be a great senator, and he's going to be a great senator. He was a great congressman, and then he left. He went on to very big things. He did well no matter where he was, and I think they took that away from you last time. I'll be honest with you, Mike. I really do. I don't like to get things going. I don't like to be controversial at all. But they rigged the election on you. Mine was too big to rig. You won. I'm telling you, you won. But you're going to do great this time. He's a great guy, actually. He's going to be an amazing senator. Thank you for being here, gentlemen.
So we got to talk about a story that I have been following out in Michigan, the Senate race that seems like it's going to be upset, right? The blue wave dreams of the Democrat Party is turning into a nightmare because they're about to lose some seats that they should otherwise win due to the fact that their candidates are way too far left, right? They're running open freaks and lunatics, communists, in states that are center left, moderate, or center right, states that, again, are part of what actually determines who wins a presidential election, right? And you can't win a presidential election running far left lunatics. You can't win these swing states, even center left states, running far left lunatics. As you guys see right here, you have the 2026 Michigan Senate polls, right, that feature Mike Rogers, who is going to be the Republican candidate, versus El Said, who is likely going to be the Democrat candidate. And as you can see, the RCP average, El Said is up only 0.5 points. 0.5 points. That's it. That's it. In a state that currently has two senators that are currently Democrats, right? A seat that Democrats should comfortably win in a midterm year that, again, has the incumbent party, the Republican Party, in power. And usually the party that's out of power does very well. Right now, Democrats aren't doing very well, especially in these Senate races because they're running far-left lunatics. We've already seen Graham Plattner drop out in Maine. I think that we're going to get an upset out in Michigan, and this is why you have the Democrats and their supporters, their voters, the far-left lunatics, they're currently on the verge of tears as they realize that it's going to be
Stop saying Trump's a racist. He's not. He's not a racist. Joe Biden is. We got proof. You can Google it, research it for yourself and all of that. Joe Biden is bogus. I know he's not the president now, but he was the president. And you guys voted for this guy. But you guys get mad at us for voting for Trump. That's crazy. But it's cool. But I'm going to go ahead and play this video right quick. You know what I'm saying? Like, share, and subscribe. Name is Deunta. Let's get it.
Joe Biden and the Democrats were all racist.
Strom Thurmond was a clear racist. You're going to hear him speak for himself.
In fact, he was so racist, it was almost funny.
There's not enough troops in the army to force the Southern people to break down segregation and admit the Negro race into our theaters, into our springs.
You heard what he said? He said the N-I-G-G-E-R race. He didn't put the A on it. He had the E-R on it. The strong E-R. That's what he said.
The party never switched, and it's going to be broken down a little bit in this video.
Tools into our homes and into our churches.
And that's your boy, Geriatric Joe, right here. That's your boy.
I came to the United States Senate. That's why I was a 29-year-old fellow.
I married him, damn.
And turns out one of my closest friends ends up being Strom Thurmond.
The racist, the one you just heard use the hard ER to describe desegregation. Desegregation.
Yep, that's Strom Thurmond, a bona fide.
You guys keep voting for this BS, man. The party never switched, man. You guys keep on voting for the same stuff every time. Keep falling for it. They could put you back in change. Really, Joe Biden? That's who said it. And you guys feared it and went right for it. Amazing.
Racist, and his best friend Joe Biden, who later became our Democratic president.
Robert Byrd, Kliegel, KKK member, ex-KKK member, best friend with Joe Biden as well.
Now I know what a lot of you are going to say. Well, Strom Thurmond became a Republican. See, that's proof that the party switched. Yeah, Strom Thurmond was one out of 21 Southern Democrat segregationists who became a Republican after the 1964 Civil Rights Act passed. The other 20 remained Democrats their entire career until they retired or died. People love to highlight just that one racist Democrat who became a Republican. Meanwhile, the majority, the other 20 out of 21, remain Democrats. They never tell you that part, though. They leave that part out. There's no reason to hide information if what you're saying is true. Tell the whole story. Don't tell the insignificant part of the story. That proves the Civil Rights Acts did not cause a switch or swap of the ideologies of both parties. That just never happened. I speak more about this topic in depth and many other topics in my best-selling book, How the Democrats Won the Blacks, From Physical to Mental Slavery. This book gives the true origins of both political parties and tells the real events that took place that caused Black Americans to realign from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party, all backed up by historical documentation and government reports. If you want the real history you were not taught in school, my book is available now for order on Amazon. You can find the link in my bio or just comment the word book and I'll send the link right to your DM.
Appreciate that, man. On the real. So yeah, you guys do your research, man. Facts over feelings, you know. Thanks for stopping by. My name is Deunta. Just want to share that with you guys. Catch you on the next one.
I'm gonna have to ask y'all for forgiveness in advance. As unprofessional as this is, it's just gonna have to stay. Lately, it feels like everybody got something to say about who gets to claim what around here. Speaking of them, some of it comes from real frustration. Some of it comes from people trying to rewrite the rules mid-game. We're looking at a few moments that show exactly how this conversation is playing out right now.
Yo, good morning. So, let me just start off by saying this, man. I'm gonna get straight to the point. Yo, these FBA niggas can go lick balls. Straight up like that. You got a group of black people that don't like other black people because they don't share their same historical background. And these niggas is basically being proud of the fact that they descendants of slaves and shit like that. Don't they think that they got something to prove or whatever like that? All I got to say is this to the FBA niggas. You ain't doing shit for the black community like I've been saying with niggas. Because all y'all are is just a bunch of over-glorified, proud niggas. Y'all ain't no different than the white boys that call themselves Proud Boys, B. Y'all niggas is straight up cornballs. Ain't got nothing better else to do. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna post this shit on TikTok. I'm gonna tag all FBAs. I'm gonna put my work address wherever. And if any one of y'all wanna meet a nigga at my job, we can settle things by hands or we can talk it out by words. It's up to you. But y'all niggas is straight pussy and cornballs. Fuck FBAs.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that kind of energy usually shows up when somebody feels like the category they're attacking is getting too much respect. Whew, it's not really about the people being called names. It's about making sure nobody takes the identity serious enough to protect it. Once you strip away the obviously loud and crazed delivery, you can see what side he's on too. It's just another attempt to turn Black America into something anybody can step into or step on. But not everybody's buying the disrespect.
Nope.
What's up with the Black American stuff? Like trying to separate from all their folks in the diaspora for what? We're much stronger together, sister. We need each other. These be the comments that I'm talking about. You mean to tell me I can drive down the street and see a Jamaican restaurant, Asian cuisine, African braided shops, but as soon as I specify a Black American business is wrong, are you okay? I'm wrong for supporting my people, right? Because everyone has their own culture, everyone has their own traditions and things of that sort, but I'm wrong for specifying my people, but you can drive down the street and see their, like, what? I'm going to say this in the nicest way that I can, because I'm not here to spread any hate. There are several lucrative businesses in the community that make money off of the, right? I would say the main businesses are gas stations, nail shops, beauty supply stores, and braiding shop. What do all of those businesses have in common? They are typically not, they are owned by others. With that being said, me specifying.
All right, what's up? What's up? D-Roll Green, you right on that, man. Welcome to the chat. Like, share, and subscribe. That's what's up. That's all what Trump said. I mean, that's all what Biden was saying, man. Biden is very racist. Very racist. He want no. He said white kids shouldn't. Well, what did he say? Black kids shouldn't be in white schools. Saying it's gonna be a jungle or something like that. The man said a lot of crazy shit, man. A lot of crazy shit. It's not that hard to Google and pull it up. Y'all keep talking about the Central Park 5. Everybody in New York said the Central Park 5 should be in jail or the death penalty. Because they at one point, they said they did do it. When it comes to this young lady being, whatever happened to the lady at the time, I can't remember the exact details, but I know for a fact that they said they did it. And then came to find out that one of the boys from the group said he did it. And then later on, Trump said, hey, my bad, I made a mistake. You know what I'm saying? But the whole world was reacting to these 5 boys, what they supposed to have done to that lady in that park. The whole world reacted to it. The whole world was saying they should go to jail, they should die. Period. But you don't want to hear about that, though. I can be all day debunking everything about Trump. Everybody keep on saying Trump is this, Trump is that. But it's not that hard to go ahead and Google Biden saying all type of weird shit. It's not that hard. It's right there. But people come in the chat, my chat, other conservatives chat, and keep on saying Trump is racist. With no backup. No backup. Do your research.
Businesses, that is because I am specifying any business that are in our communities that don't directly support our community. Any of those businesses, do you see them giving back to the communities? Do you see them having backpack drives, turkey giveaways, and that's just like little things to, just list. But I'm talking to anybody that's in communities that we don't typically own. Sorry. Actually, I'm not. I'm never sorry for specifying and advocating for my people. I'm not sorry.
Okay. See, he's refusing to let Black American identity get turned into a blanket that covers everybody else's priorities. That mindset that says we're all the same, so stop making distinctions, only works when it benefits the people making the demand. The moment Black Americans start talking about their own specific history and what they actually built here, that same voice suddenly will call it divisive. That's not unity, y'all. And that's control. She's trying to make it look like togetherness. If you add me, I'm just saying. That same mindset shows up when people start adopting the culture while ignoring the story behind it.
We're going to say this. What we're saying is you have no excuse to come here and contribute to degeneracy. I don't give a damn if I'm doing it. I don't give a damn my other Black American doing it. We will handle them ourselves. But you niggas, we're not going to accept that at all. Matter of fact, I'm going to tell you like this. The minute I see a Haitian or an immigrant committing a crime, I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police on you niggas. I don't give a damn what you niggas say about it. I'm calling the police on you niggas. I don't got to play street.
Right, Jason. That the white liberals always saying the illegals to the Black communities. And I've seen that definitely in Chicago. You got the west side, the south side of Chicago. You got your Old Park. You got your Forest Park, and you got River Forest. Old Park, Forest Park, and River Forest. No illegals over there. None of them. Only the black and brown communities. The poorest communities. And they be right there protesting, the Karens. They think, oh, they with us. No, they not. They don't want the illegals in their neighborhood. That's why they out there protesting. Y'all thinking, oh, they out there protesting for us. They with us. No, they're protesting to keep the illegals into the black and brown communities and not their communities. Period.
Hands with you niggas. I'm calling the police and ICE on you niggas. I wish you niggas would commit a crime in front of me. And guess what? And when I see a black American commit a crime, I'm not gonna call the police.
Okay, you can. I'm MAGA because I love America. Period. America first, baby. I had voted Democrat. I voted for Obama one time, which I never did, but I voted for Obama. Now I'm red pill. I'm gonna keep on wearing my red hat because I love America and it represents that. And the thing about it is, my hat don't even say Trump on the back. And I paid $45 for this hat. But all MAGA is about is keeping America great, man. Keep it great. Keep it great. Common sense. 2 genders. Keep men out of women's bathroom and sports. All MAGA is being conservative. But I get the name. Some people like the name. I get it. I'm going to keep the name.
Yeah.
So when Trump leaves, I'm going to still be MAGA.
When I see one of you niggas commit a crime, I'm calling motherfucking police on you niggas.
You're not gonna know who's who.
If a black American commit a crime, I ain't calling the goddamn cops.
You don't know who's
I'm gonna act like I ain't see shit. But when you niggas do, when I see you niggas do something, boy, where my phone at, nigga? They're dangerous. One of them is musty. The other one has a lemur in the house. And the house is extra stank. I need you to come and investigate these people and the lemur. I don't know where these people got the lemur from. I think there's fraud, and I think there's a screaming chimpanzee in the basement. We gonna have to start teaching you niggas that you're not us. We don't gotta abide by your rules with us. Nigga, you're a foreigner. Yeah, we don't have to abide street rules with you niggas. Who the fuck is you niggas? Man, call the police on these niggas. The minute you see an immigrant commit a crime, call the police. And when a black American commit a crime and they not harm you directly, hesitate how you talk to black Americans. But a foreigner, boy, you call the police like you white people on their ass, because they don't have the same struggle we have in America. They didn't come here to struggle like how we struggle. There's no reason why these niggas committing crimes.
Yep, America.
There's no reason why they're promoting tricking to our little girls. There's no reason why they're doing this. They weren't targeted by white supremacy like we was. So why you're just purely doing it because you felt like it. You're
I know Trump said make America great again, but you had Ronald Reagan and you had Bill Clinton, you know what I'm saying, said the same quote. So it's not just Trump saying it. You had Bill Clinton say it and Ronald Reagan back in the day.
purely doing it because you felt like it. Your parents aren't happy with what they got. See what I'm saying? They weren't impacted by the war on rugs. We're trying to heal from that. You niggas over here doubling down on it.
Like I said, I might be MAGA to you guys in the chat, but it's all good. My thing is everybody is welcome to the chat, you know? No bots and no trolling. Other than that, just have some fun. Learn from each other. Let's grow on the real and pray for each other. No hate. No hate. Hate the BS. Hate the liars. Hate the corruption.
Oh, my allergies, y'all. Excuse me. Hold on. Let me. I'll be right back. Okay, I think I'm under control now. You can wear first of all, let me say there's an obvious difference in our approaches to this. A hell of a lot that I disagree with. But you can wear the clothes, you can use the slang and mimic the mannerisms, but there's a difference between respecting something that was, forced through a particular struggle and treating it like, free real estate. you know, the mindset that says black culture belongs to whoever can perform, and is the same one that later acts surprised when the people who actually built this start saying this isn't for everybody to claim.
School brother one, that's what's up, man.
And when it gets said directly, it just cuts even deeper.
Told you I wasn't finished with you yet.
Right, true.
I'm finished when I'm ready.
True, Trump made it a brand out of it. That is true. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
To finish. You Haitians are not wanted everywhere y'all going. The Bahamas, another dark nation, want y'all out. They don't want you guys there. And they got every reason to feel that way. Jamaica, another dark nation. They do not want you there. Dominican Republic. They dark too. But you only blaming and coming at black Americans? When you got here to the USA, we tried to unite with you. But you said, me not you, me not black.
Yep.
You're lazy. You're bums. You're uneducated. Y'all talked about us like we the lowest of the scum. You never try to unite with us. Never once. You talked about us like a dog. We lazy. We don't work. You thought you was better than us when you got here. But you only blame and come at black American. But these other dark nations don't want you neither. The problem I got with you guys, y'all in everybody else's country fighting their government to be entitled to something that's not yours. And y'all will fight and protest and lie to stay in somebody else's country. But you won't take that energy to your government.
Nope.
Where you from? Are y'all IQ is really that low? Because you got a lot of energy to fight my government and tell him what you gonna do and not gonna do and what the hell you entitled to. But ain't you from Haiti? Why you don't do that with your own government? See, nobody wants you. See? They don't want you. Go home. Unite with your people and build your country.
Yeah, this is the part the mindset can't handle, right? If your allegiance and your real fight is tied to another country, then the honest move is to put that energy into fixing that country. Instead, the approach has been to plant yourself here in America. Excuse me.
Bless you, bro. Bless you. Bless you.
Excuse me, y'all. But again, the approach has been to plant yourself here in America and demand the benefits and then shame the people whose ancestors actually built the system for one to protect what they actually created. That's not compassion, man. That's how do I say, strategic occupation of someone else's inheritance, right? Now watch how the same way of thinking operates in politics, y'all.
This decision will have devastating implications for 1.3 million people. We're talking about families whose kids went to school.
Who cares? It's called temporary status. And they should get their damn visas together. But they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to assimilate. So get their ass up out of here. The fuck? Respect the Constitution.
With my kids, who are my neighbors in our communities across South Florida. We're talking about when my mom was dying in the last stages of lung cancer, when she was in hospice. It was Haitian nurses that were in our home caring for her. Florida has the highest percentage of senior citizens in the United States, and it is inevitably...
That don't sound right. Look at the optics of this. That's what she's saying. She's saying
Haitian caregivers who are taking care of our elderly Floridians as they are trying to maintain the dignity in the last stages of their life. This decision is disgusting. This decision...
Now, this is a classic move from that mindset, right? Take it personal. emotional story and use it, to make any discussion about limits or consequences feel like cruelty. The nurses who helped her mother, they do matter. But the argument is designed to shut the bigger question down, which is, can the system keep absorbing large numbers of people while still functioning for the citizens who are already here carrying the weight? Whose personal stories gets prioritized or weaponized to bypass that question? It stops being about care and starts being about protecting the policy, no matter what it costs.
Right, Black Lives Matter is a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? 3 fat black lesbians got the money, you don't hear nothing from them. And the Black Lives Matter, Chicago, New York, and California should be the best place. But it's not. It's still corrupt, still BS. You can post all the BL signs all across the motherfucking state. Doesn't mean you're going to stop the BS. And Black Lives Matter is bogus, man. Every time there's an opposite race killing each other, they want to jump out of nowhere and try to defend it. Protest when it's a black and black crime. Protest that. Protest stop having black and black crime. Ain't no telling how many people died in Chicago over the weekend. You know what? Let's see what happened in Chicago. Let's Google it up. Let's see. How many people died in Chicago this weekend?
From the Democrat Party.
But it wasn't until I made a video.
Sorry about that,
and this video was made on my own time, and it was from a mother experience because I live in these communities where it was going to be affected and be impacted. I realized this one particular day when I'm actually walking out to my mailbox, and it was extremely quiet, which was a normal thing in my neighborhood because I was used to gunshots and other things happening around the neighborhood. For once, it was actually quiet and I could hear the birds sing. So I just made a video about that, just sharing my experience in thanking Trump. The video literally blew up overnight. I wasn't prepared for it, but it did. And a lot of people had a lot of things to say about it. It was like instantly the black community turned on me because I thanked Trump for it. And not only that, the publication that I worked for was totally against what I said, all because I thanked Trump in the video. From that point going forward, they wanted me to take the videos down. They gave me an ultimatum, but ultimately I wasn't given that chance because by the following day, everything that I was assigned with was taken away. And I was told pretty much, bye. But from that point going forward, it was my job and duty to just make people aware that the media lies because they do. Why should I be fired for actually telling the truth and showing that the president actually did make a difference in my neighborhood? I then started to do my research and look further.
So my bad, chat. Everybody came back. I blanked out, I guess. But yeah, it was 27 people got shot at over the weekend. 27 people got shot, and I believe 3 died. Crazy shit, man. 27 people got shot over the weekend. 3 died.
Further into the truth when you're talking about President Trump and wanting to know more about the things that he's done. And I realized from there that he's actually done some great actionable things for America. And I never really understood the hate. The more I read, the more I actually started to like him. Crazy thing about it all was that I actually did want to meet the president, but never in my wildest dreams did I think that something like that would happen. Just last month on March 23rd, President Trump came to Memphis to basically show his accomplishments for the Memphis Safe Task Force. And I wanted to be there. And I got that opportunity. I had a chance to meet the 45th and 47th President of the United States. And I was able to be at the round table to share my story of what it was like being here in Memphis and sharing some examples of my life and how the Memphis Safe Task Force made a difference in my neighborhood. I'm super, super grateful. And really, I'm actually thankful for the Democratic Party, for them showing their true selves. Because now I was able to walk away from that plantation and have a mind of my own and think for myself. And it's been one of the best decisions I could have ever made. MAGA and the Republican Party and just the whole right side in general has been so welcoming and so loving. And we've been having some of the most amazing conversations, things that I feel like I should have known by me considering myself an educated Black woman, things that I should have known. But even with that, I've been having the experience of learning more. And I'm so thankful for now being on the right side and having an open mind. So, yeah, walking away from the Democratic plantation has been one of the best decisions I could have ever made.
Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel. This right here is an example of why you have to remove yourself from these people. Here it is, a young lady working a job, and because she voiced an opinion based off of the neighborhood that she lives in, she loses her job. That goes to let you know when they say all skin folk ain't kin folk, this isn't a prime example of it.
Yep.
Because Jasmine Crockett came out the other day and said that, hey, if you walk into a room full of Black folks, you can almost 100% expect that the majority of them are going to think a certain way. And unfortunately, that's what the Democrat Party thinks of Black people. And that's the reason why they don't have to worry about, passing any real legislation or anything along those lines, because they figure that they got you no matter what. The Democrat Party still feels that they own the Black vote in America.
That's crazy.
And anybody that steps outside of that.
Well, that's the problem, because everybody that's Black, 60, 70 years been voting Democrat. I'm so glad they did the gerrymander remapping, man. Earn the people's vote. Earn the vote. Don't mean, oh, they Black, they got it. No. Earn the votes on both sides of the aisle.
Democratic plantation. They send their minions to come after you, and they're going to ridicule the heck out of you. Rule number 5 in Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. Shout out to my brother Michael Hancock. Ridicule, because they can't actually refute the points. They couldn't refute anything that this young lady said. They couldn't refute anything that she said about her community or the direction of the Democrat Party. They couldn't. So what do? They fire her. They go to ridicule. And I've experienced it. Because when you start hitting people with the true facts and you start pointing them in the direction of where they can look it up at, folks don't want to hear that, man. They don't want to hear it.
Nope.
They want you to go along to get along. Stay on that plantation. Vote the way they want you to vote. And continue life as you've always known it in some of the poorest, most dangerous cities in America. Let's keep going. I'm so tired of old fools like this.
It's a GOP war on Black America.
Really?
And if we don't stand up and fight back, we're going to be back in the cotton fields.
The only war being waged is for Black votes. Every 2 years like clockwork. Trump is a dictator, Republicans are racist, democracy is over, they gonna put y'all back in change. You're going to the cotton field, boy. Enough. Right. We're going to break this down civically. Let's have an adult conversation. Not emotionalism, legally, constitutionally. Now, in order to put y'all Black asses back on cotton fields, being slaves, or whatever it is y'all fetishize this week, you would have to fundamentally change or repeal the 13th Amendment. Let's consult Article 5 of the Constitution, which details the amendment process. So you need a 2/3 vote in the House of Representatives and a 2/3 vote in the Senate. But that's not it. Then you would need...
Republican states tend to be the poorest states, asshat. Are you fucking serious, you idiot? Hell's Only, no wonder. Look at your name, Hell's Only. You already know it's the blue states and cities that's all trash. Keep voting blue no matter who. Really, bro? Or female, whoever you are, Hell's Only. I'm glad you're in the chat. But don't come in the chat at BS, man. Don't do that, man. That's not even cool. You already know the Democrats piece of shit.
38 states to ratify it. But wait, there's more. Now, altering or repealing the 13th Amendment, slavery is not coming right back after that, because then Congress and the states would then have to confer to create these...
And it's amazing how my hat can trigger you. That's stupid. How a hack trigger you like that?
New laws that will create the system that's gonna put y'all back in chains. And in many states, they'd have to amend their own constitutions. And somehow, with all of that process, I'm supposed to believe that we are one election away from being back on cotton fields. 12% of the legislative branch, aka Congress, is black. We have 2 black Supreme Court justices. If you can't explain the constitutional pathway, if you can't explain the legal mechanisms, then stop repeating political slogans as though they're facts. Because once you understand the process, people can't scare you into voting for them. That's why civics matters. An informed citizen is much harder to manipulate than a frightened voter. And Democrats, you have a 60-year sample size of monopolizing the black vote. What exactly have you built? Because vote for us or your life is over is not vision, is not leadership, and it damn sure isn't a platform. We are free men and women in 2026, and your strongest argument is we're one election away from being back on cotton fields? Just cut the dog mess. What are you pretending not to know?
Man. Shout out to AJ Rants, man. Y'all need to go follow this brother over on Insta. Dude is cooking, and he's absolutely right. I am so sick of these old, tired civil rights Negroes. I'm tired of them. And I'm also tired of the young ones that's coming up behind them, pushing this same foolishness. Can we bring civics back to schools so people actually understand, how a bill is passed and how one could be repealed? Please. Because if they actually bring civics back and people really understand what can and can't be done, they wouldn't fall for this stuff. But there are too many of these old civil rights, do-nothing black congressional Congress members that will get out there and fearmonger folks to vote for them. Don't actually offer anything that makes any sense for their communities. We're going to bring some new private sector business. Hey, we're going to offer some grants for you to start a business. No, we're not going to do any of that. No, just vote for us because you're an election cycle away from finding yourself in bondage again. While the same party pushes socialism, which leads to communism, which leads to actually putting you in chains. That's what the Democrat Party is pushing in 2026. And the sad part about it is you got so many people that they want this free stuff. They want something for nothing that they would give up their freedom. They would give up their freedom willingly for trinkets. And when they're in bondage and they're in abject poverty, that's when they'll wake up and realize, what did we do? We made a mistake. They need to be listening to people like myself and like this brother and so many others, out here that are telling them, stop listening to these people. Seriously.
What I would say is that I don't have a problem talking to people who are radical leftists, people who don't agree with me, but it's not this. I don't get the same respect when I say that I'm a Republican because I'm black, I'm supposed to agree with what other black people do, and which is predominantly
it's not necessarily agreeing
Democrat.
what other black people do, but when you look and observe very carefully, even if you don't do it carefully, you look at the Republican Party, there's no representation that looks like you.
I'm so tired of hearing this too. We are Americans, and I'm supporting the policies, a party and the policies based on what I think makes sense for my life and the trajectory that I want to see this nation go in. I'm not concerned with how much or how little melanin an individual has to get in the offices. We see the Congressional Black Caucus. I got to bring them up again. This is a group of, quote unquote, melanated people who have done absolutely nothing and their policies are trash. So we got to stop with this. Just put somebody that looks like you. No, I want someone in office that thinks like me. I want someone in office that I can say, you know what? Their policies and their ideology makes sense for me in the direction that I want this country to go. Their policies and ideologies make sense based off of my beliefs, my moral background, and what I think is right. I'm so tired of this representation. Representation has gotten folks nowhere.
On tables because my Republican ideology is not based on who's in the White House. And that's what I've told people before. I am a Republican because I believe that it closely lines up with my values when it comes to things of faith, things with, saving the Second Amendment, which is important because oftentimes Democrats want us to be gunless. And for us, what would be...
Do Democrats...
Taxes.
Democrats want you to be gunless or just gun laws that are...
Gun laws are racist.
Yes, they are. And they want you gunless because they understand that if they can disarm the population, they can control the population. Think about all of these socialist, communist, super far left leaning places around the world.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely happy with Trump doing. Period. Yes, I'm happy.
Look at what happened in Venezuela. As soon as they disarmed the population, full-fledged communism kicked in, and the people were in abject poverty from that point on, doing everything that they could to flee the nation. They were locking people up for, saying things about the president or disagreeing with the country's policies.
Gun laws are racist?
Yep.
How is that, Willie?
Most of the gun laws are in place, have always caused more damage to the black community than it has any other community.
Yeah, these people, that's what I'm saying, man. These people, they get these platforms and they know nothing. Take some time and do some research, man. Seriously, take some time and do some research. That shouldn't have been a surprise to you.
Let me ask you something. If a black Democrat raised $65 million for a governor's race, had the president of the United States in his corner, and was backed by nearly...
Is that a Care Bears mug?
every member of his state's congressional delegation, do you think that would be front page news? You already know the answer.
It definitely would.
Byron Donalds just reported $65.8 million cash on hand in the Florida governor's race. He raised $14 million in just the last 2 months alone. He has the Trump endorsement. He has Rick Scott. He has 17 of Florida's 20 members of Congress and 63 members of the Florida House behind him. This man came to Florida at 17 years old on a Greyhound bus with nothing but a trunk full of clothes. He built a family, built a career, served in the state legislature, served in Congress, and now he's positioned to become the next governor of the third largest state in America. That is an American story. That is a black American story. And the same media that claims to celebrate black success can't find the time to cover it.
Nope, they don't want
because Byron Donalds doesn't fit the narrative they're selling. They need you to believe black conservatives don't exist, that black Republicans are a contradiction. Byron Donalds is living proof that that's a lie.
Is absolutely right. And everybody knows that if Byron Donalds was a Democrat, he would be on every mainstream media platform. They will be touting him up like he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. But because he is a conservative, because he is a Christian, he believes in the word of God, he's married and he's raised his children within that union. Yeah, he bumped his hair early on and they want to try to throw that on him, but who hasn't as a young man, right? Lord knows I did. Before I found my way and said, you know what, I don't want to live my life like that.
Right.
But here it is. You got a man who essentially has got it out the mud and showed you, hey, with some hard work, due diligence, and being willing to get comfortable, being uncomfortable. He's a step away from being the governor in the third largest state and one of the best states in all of the country.
Florida.
That right there in itself lets you know that the Democrat Party, and especially when it comes to quote unquote black Democrats, they are full of it.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but in the black community, we have to start separating black.
Right. Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Name is Deunta. Thanks for stopping by. Everybody is welcome. No trolls, no bots. Let's get it.
People. And let me explain to you guys what I mean by that. You guys, me personally, I classify the black community into two parts. Well, technically three. One part, and the best part, is the normal functioning, strong-willed, ambitious black people that create good black societies. Then you have black Israelites, which I like to call them black Mormons. And then you have black folk who are only worried about the system, white supremacy, and being victims. You guys, it's no secret that the black community is doing poorly. We're at the bottom of most socioeconomic stats in America. And every single year, it seems like the black community degrades further and further into absolute anarchy. And listen, I know black history. I know there was slavery. I know there was Jim Crow. I know there was segregation and all that other hoo-ha. But guess what? You weren't there for any of it. Yeah. Black people complain about slavery that they weren't there for. They complain about Jim Crow that they weren't there for. They complain about all the work they had to do that they themselves were not there for. So what does that have to do with the black community being abysmal now?
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's just an excuse. In some kind of way, there's been a plethora of people that have allowed the lowest denominator, of melanated people to be the spokesperson for the masses. And it's ridiculous. But I want to get your thoughts on any of this. Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel, turn notifications on to all so you never miss an upload. Consider joining the ARP family or buy your brother a coffee. Links in the description box below.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by FiveMind.com. Well, I gotta say, it feels rather inevitable at this point. I think early on, it was kind of a pipe dream, the idea that Fetterman...
Right, Kimberly, stop being the victim. You cause your own problems. Yep, that is true. That is true. I did a video on that. You get a chance, check the video out. The victim mentality destroying America. Check that video out. Like, share, and subscribe.
And might reach a breaking point and leave the Democrat Party, possibly declaring himself an independent or a Republican. But at this point, we just see the fracture, the chasm growing and growing. And at some point, it's just going to become too big. It's going to become an insurmountable difference. And I think John Fetterman is going to be left, frankly, with no other choice but to cut ties. That's kind of been what I've been alluding to, especially over the last couple of months. And now, well, it appears I'm not the only one who shares that sentiment. The betting odds, as well as reports and major speculation, are starting to arise, suggesting that John Fetterman is reaching that point. In other words, the Democrats might actually lose a Senate seat without even a campaign required. And it's really no surprise why the Democrat Party has spent years courting the most unhinged elements of far leftism. The socialists, the Marxists, the Antifa sympathizers, the literal Antifa freaks on the streets, the open border extremists, the map people, the identity politics and DEI cultists, gender bender crowd. Now, slowly but surely, it's just the inevitable happening. It's what we've been talking about forever. Normal people are slowly starting to walk away. Let me show you guys the latest speculation, the latest reports. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so this popped up on my timeline this morning. Benny Johnson writes, Senators John Fetterman and Dave McCormick of Pennsylvania have joined forces for fundraising as Democrats are trying to push Fetterman out of the party. People are speculating that Fetterman will cross the aisle and flip Pennsylvania red. The tolerant Democrats have made their position very clear. Unless you're a communist who hates America, you are not welcome in the Democrat Party.
A joint fundraising committee, these two men, different political parties, but they've made it very clear they're going to be bipartisan. Even though they have different perspectives, they both want what's best for Pennsylvania. And of course, John Fetterman has become the conscience of the Democratic Party. So they're joining forces together. Let's see what the people say about this.
Yeah, and their track record sort of demonstrates this not only bipartisanship, but a commitment to Pennsylvanian values. So while many elected officials and leaders of their party have just been obsessed with Trump, these guys have been sponsoring bipartisan legislation to combat the fentanyl crisis. They've supported Nippon Steel's $14 billion investment and partnership with U.S. Steel. They secured $600 million to replace the Delaware River Bridge and improve a PA turnpike. And they joined forces in stark contrast to the governor of Pennsylvania. They said, nope, you know what? We don't mind Trump's in office. Regardless who's in office, we are American and we represent Pennsylvanians, so we are going to help represent PA at the Great American State Fair. Remember, that was the one that was boycotted by so many Democratic governors who looked the other way, celebrating America's 250th Independence Year birthday because...
Now, look, we haven't seen many signs to suggest that Fetterman would change his party loyalty. For the most part, he just shows up on these podcasts or on the news networks and says, what the hell is going on with my party? He rants and raves. But this, my friends, this is a potential sign. Teaming up now with a Republican in his state for fundraising purposes, that's a total now Republican-adjacent campaign restructuring. And honestly, at this point, the Democrats might just be forcing John Fetterman's hand. I mean, what choice is he left with if he's being pushed out of the party, if he's no longer able to fundraise in Democrat circles, if Democrat money is being spent to unseat him? Well, again, left with no other choice. What's he going to do? Sit idly by as his against him as the communists rise to replace him with a more radical candidate, or fight like frickin' hell for what he knows and what clearly is the right thing, fighting the scourge of this far-left communist uprising. Again, hand being forced, it's less him leaving the party and more him being forced out of the party, and where else is he gonna run? And, I think if Democrats do this and it plays out the way it seems it might, they might be making one...
Here, I'm not gonna be much longer with y'all. I understand we need to move color. I'm not about that, but y'all raised it. And if you start it, I'll end it for you. Don't start nothing, it won't be nothing. But we got a problem. Black people got a problem. Now we can move to color blindness and always look at the man by the content of his character, never the color of his skin. I'm down for that. You get my vote. Yay and amen. I'm for that. But before we get there, we need to hear some truth. Black people and white folk. Black people got a problem. And it's a God problem. When black people see the world, you can train them. You can train a black man to be a physician. You can train him to be an astrophysicist. You can train him to be a lawyer, but you can't train him to understand the world. He doesn't know. I'm telling you. There's not 2 cents worth of difference between a mass murderer. There's not 2 cents of difference between a petty thief that's locked away in prison than a black doctor when it comes to understanding the world. Listen.
Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Subscribe.
You listen to me. We got to deal with this. And we need to begin to acknowledge it, talk about it, ask God to help us, because only God can help black people where they are. Black people had Africa, that big old continent over there. They never built one boat that was seaworthy. Not one.
Not one.
There's not one monument in Africa, in all of Africa. I know you're talking about Egypt. Egypt is not Africa. There are no great cities that were built. Even before the first colonization of white people coming to the shores of Africa or the slave ships, black men built nothing. No sewer system, no houses above one level. And none of them made out of stone. All of them made out of grass and wood. Black men, before the white man ever got to Africa. The worst thing that could ever happen to South Africa was when they gave it to Nelson Mandela and black folk. That was a great nation. Now, notwithstanding apartheid was wrong, we all know it's wrong. I'm against it. There should have been some other resolution, though, than turning it over to Nelson Mandela. Disease, AIDS, and crime is running wild in Johannesburg. They're killing one another over there. They're dying of sickness. The government is mismanaged. The people who ran the nation are now leaving the nation because black folk don't know how to run no nation. They don't know how, and we need to admit it. I know you don't like it, but you need to stop shucking and jiving. We got a problem. Nigeria produces oil every year, yet the children over there are hungry and pot-bellied and walking barefoot. We got a problem. You talk about the Hutus and the Tutsis. Look what's going on in Zimbabwe now with Mugabe. We got a problem, black folk. And forget about Zimbabwe and South Africa, Nigeria. Look at what y'all have done in Harlem. You can't even hold on to Harlem. We got a problem. Black folk don't understand the world. You can get mad with me all you want. You can say what you, but you can't prove me wrong. Now, I'm not saying this because I hate black folk. I'm saying it because I love you enough to tell the truth. And the only person going to ever help us get out of the situation is going to be God. There's something wrong with the black man's mind. There's something wrong with his mind. He does not understand the world. He doesn't. I don't care if he learned medicine. He doesn't understand the world. He can't even hold on to Harlem. When he was here, he moved out. We got to talk to the Lord. People, we got to talk to God. And black women, Shirley Chisholm, Harriet Tubman, Coretta King, one of her boys. Yeah, okay, then we got a black president. But you black women, what's wrong with y'all? Y'all gonna let that white woman, what's wrong with you black women voting for Barack? Don't you understand? It should have been a black room if you're gonna have a black president. What's wrong with you? Y'all ain't got no sense, you black women. Your men treat you like they're dogs, like your dogs. They walk all over you. They make you pay the bills at home, and then the preachers pimp you in the churches and make you pay the bills. Y'all crazy black women buying these black men private jets, the tune of $50 million for a nigga to ride around in a private jet, and you talk about, look at our pastor. What's wrong with y'all women? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And what's wrong with a black man that would take that kind of money out of a poor neighborhood and buy himself a private jet? What's wrong with y'all niggas? What's wrong with you?
What is wrong?
What's wrong with you, black women? What's wrong with you voting for Barack Obama? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with y'all? You niggas are crazy. Black people, let me tell y'all something. If you don't ever hear me say preach again, they can kill me.
310, what is he saying wrong? What is he wrong at?
Tomorrow, let me tell you something. We're not going to ever get anywhere until we look into the mind of a black man. He doesn't think correctly. Crazy. Black people, let me tell y'all something. If you don't ever hear me say preach again, they can kill me tomorrow. Let me tell you something. We're not going to ever get anywhere until we look into the mind of a black man. He doesn't think correctly. I don't care what he is. He can be a doctor. He can be an astrophysicist. The nigga ain't got no sense. You talk to him. You talk to a black man. He doesn't understand the world. He's never built anything. The most the black people have ever done, they did it here in America under white people's help. When they were in Africa, they didn't do nothing. That nigga who had the slightest inclination to vote for Mondami, there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. You sick. Mondami had a celebration down in the city hall of all the immigrants, all the Muslims, all the immigrants down there. No niggas. Here's a man that hates the Constitution and that which makes us Americans. He's a Muslim for crying out loud. He's a jihadist at core. His wife is a lesbo jihadist, Hamas supporter, intifada believer. Here you nigga talking about Mondami gonna give us a free bus ride. Hell, it doesn't matter if they're handing out free sandwiches in hell, I ain't going. Nigga, are you crazy? You get a free bus ride. Go get a free bus. Get your ass a job.
Right.
Get a job.
Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Name is Deunta. Welcome to the chat. Let's get it.
Nigga, go to work. Free bus ride. I always want something free. He's our boy. All you gotta say to get a nigga is say we got free food. And that nigga talking we got free grocery stores. You should have seen the niggas jumping up and down.
Damn.
Won't work, don't got a job, can't hold a job, ain't got no money, don't have no security. But Mondani gonna give us a free food. Damn. I don't need you to give me no free food. I buy my own. There's something wrong with black folk. This got Moses in trouble. You think I shopped him?
Special partnership alert. We just now linked up with XXXdrinks.com, which you can take advantage of and get 10% off by group. Do you know how demeaning that is? How disrespectful that is? To know that all I gotta do is give these group of people something free and they will vote for me? That's like voting for class president or something like that in high school. Like you're gonna...
That's why most black people and brown people on the Democrat Party, they want the EBT and Section 8. That's why I keep on voting blue. They want to stay in they want the government to tell them what to do. And that's stupid as hell. If you want to buy a Red Bull, go buy a Red Bull. But since you're on the government assistance, you can't even buy a Red Bull. Insane. Like free bus ride. That's fucked up, man.
Pass out stickers and lollipops and gum and cookies to people if they vote for you. You know what I mean? And that's what they're doing. They're dangling carrots at people. We're going to give you free bus rides. We're going to give you free grocery stores. We're going to give you free health care. We're going to give you free. And we all know that there's absolutely nothing free. Somebody's going to be paying for it, and that lie cannot be upheld. It can't be backed up. So at the end of the day, he's going to come out looking like a liar, but he's going to spend up a whole bunch of taxpayers' money before he does. And he's going to make so many promises, and it's going to come off the backs of people who actually did it the right way. So then when you grow up and you start trying to hustle, try to make things happen off by hitting the link in the description, and you and your significant other are going to be extremely happy. I promise you. Go through the link below and get 10% off. I'll see you on the other side. They dangle a carrot in front of a certain group. Do you know how demeaning that is? How disrespectful that is? To know that all I gotta do is give these group of people something free, and they will vote for me. That's like voting for class president or something like that in high school. Like you're going to pass out stickers and lollipops and gum and cookies to people if they vote for you. You know what I mean? And that's what they're doing. They're dangling carrots at people. We're going to give you free bus rides. We're going to give you free grocery stores. We're going to give you free health care. We're going to give you free. And we all know that there's absolutely nothing free. Somebody's going to be paying for it, and that lie cannot be upheld. It can't be backed up. So at the end of the day, he's going to come out looking like a liar, but he's going to spend up a whole bunch of taxpayers' money before he does. And he's going to make so many promises, and it's going to come off the backs of people who actually did it the right way. So then when you grow up and you start trying to hustle, try to make things happen for you and your family, and you see how difficult it is to do things the right way, and you notice that someone else has done things and are doing things the right way, but yet they're being attacked because they were successful, that kind of rubs you the wrong way. Pause, no diddy. But he's absolutely right. Why is it someone can buy our vote by just giving us a bus ride or free groceries? Why is it that he can pledge in as a Muslim? He can represent Islam more than he represents America. He can do that. But guess what? Nobody will look into the Islamic culture, the Islamic practices. Look into radical Islamists as well. Islamists as well. Even if you don't look into radical Islamists, look into the Quran. You want to take the easy way out? Go to any AI on social media or any app and ask them to give you the highlights of the worst parts or the best parts of the Quran. Is it true that they say that anyone who does not give their life over to Allah should be slain and unalived? Are Christians included in that group? Am I a Christian? So if Sharia law does end up happening around this country, because we look at the population, guys, come on now. It's like, and I want to say this to y'all, man. Americans, we need to stop fighting each other, period. We need to stop fighting each other because we are becoming the minority. I'm talking to Americans. If you're American, I'm talking to you. If you're Republican, Democrat, black, white, it don't matter. I'm talking to you and only you. We are being surpassed. We are being surpassed. So think about that. First and second generation immigrants are coming in, starting businesses, getting all of the loans and the grants and all of the this and the that's, getting that boost to be able to get ahead. They still using the Bang Bang tea and the Stiff Bull coffee from my link, and they making babies at a higher clip than you and I. I'm just saying. The numbers are in there. Go do your own damn due diligence. But we need to stop fighting all the time, because what we're going to end up doing, we're going to make it smoother for them to just take over. We're going to kill each other, get each other out the way, continue to destroy each other's businesses, character. They're not going to vote for us anymore. They're only going to be voting for Muslims in every single state, because people are drinking the Kool-Aid. They're drinking the Kool-Aid, man. And nobody's doing their due diligence. So since everybody's just following along like some dumbass sheep and not doing any bit of research for themselves before going out there to cast their ballot, they're putting us in a bad predicament. We all know the circle of life. You know what I mean? Hard times make strong people. Strong people make good times. Good times make weak people. Weak people make hard times. Hard times make strong people, so forth and so on. So if we're in a season where it's a hard time, just look at it as we're strengthening ourselves. Iron sharpens iron. We're in the gym. We're reading. We're studying. We're looking up things that we never looked up before. We're taking an interest that we never would have considered. Like, we're fighting now. I'm talking about we're taking MMA, boxing, we're taking Tai Chi, we're doing different things. We're eating differently. We're thinking differently. I'm just saying. So we are preparing ourselves right now, as everyone complains that these are dark times, that there's war going on, and that this price is here and that price is there, and this president said this mean thing about me and this group, and there's thousands of us that's losing jobs and millions of us that's being attacked by the police and all this other stuff, and rah, the big old bad wolf. Like, these are bad times, tough times. It's going to turn us into tough people. And the only reason why we're in these tough times is because the weak people are the ones that turn us into the tough times. Because they start playing fast and loose with all our resources. They start opening the border wide open and letting millions of people in who we aren't prepared to take care of. Who we aren't prepared to track or police if they were to commit a crime, and which they did. So it's that simple. It's not even taking part. Like, I'm not saying Republican is better or Democrat is better. This is called common sense talk. That's it. It's just common sense talk. So as Americans, we need to come together. We continue to talk about a civil war. Some of y'all are getting excited because of all of the BS that's happening around the internet. And you're seeing black people getting too excited and too bold and doing things. And you see white people getting too bold and getting excited and saying things. And all the parties involved, they just love it because that's already in all of us. Sin is in all of us. That dark passenger is in all of us. Only thing we need is a reason. Someone to blame it on, and we good. Because no one wants to be responsible for their own shit. We all want to blame it on somebody else, and all we need is a reason. I'm sorry, what you say? Say it again. Say the N-word one more time. I'm trying to blame it on you. You the reason why I got upset. You the reason why I did what I'm about to do. You the reason why I'm locked up now. It's the white man's fault.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, come on, bro. At some point, we all need to grow the hell up, but we need to realize the bigger picture. And I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, nor am I trying to disrespect any group when I say this. This is a Christian nation.
Yes, it is.
The more un-Christian it becomes, the more un-American it becomes. Because look at all of the values that mean something to us that are now no more in certain places in this country. Y'all let me know whatever y'all want me to know in the comments below. If you hit that subscribe button, please make sure you do so on your way out the door. Once again, guys, I'm Van. Now we are all the LFR family. I look forward to seeing you in the next video, hopefully inside of our members only as well. And if you're looking for a way to look in the descriptions below, you will see
America is a Christian nation. I'm going to play 2 videos to show you and prove to you that America is a Christian nation and it's a great place to be, period. Name's Deunta. Thanks for stopping by. Like, share, subscribe.
For listeners, this is going to blow your mind. You have no idea how much Christian sort of standards were written into all the, many of the founding documents. So all I'm going to do right here is read the prayer of the First Continental Congress. O Lord, our Heavenly Father, high and mighty King of Kings and Lord of Lords, who dost from thy throne behold all the dwellers on earth and reignest with power supreme and uncontrolled over all the kingdoms, empires, and governments, look down in mercy, we beseech thee, on these our American states who have fled to thee from the rod of the oppressor and thrown themselves on thy gracious protection, desiring to be henceforth dependent only on thee. To thee have they appealed for the righteousness of their cause. To thee do they now look up for that countenance and support which thou alone canst give. Take them, therefore, Heavenly Father, under thy nurturing care. Give them wisdom of counsel and valor on the field. Now I'm going to skip forward. So the prayer ends like this. Preserve the health of their bodies and the vigor of their minds. Shower down on them in millions they here represent such temporal blessings as thou seest expedient for them in this world, and crown them with everlasting glory in the world to come. And then here's how it ends. All this we ask in the name and through the merits of Jesus Christ, thy Son and our Savior. Amen. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the first prayer at the First Continental Congress. And then fast forward 250 years, and you have people saying, in no sense was our nation founded on Christian principles in any way. It's crazy.
Right, that's crazy, man. Crazy. Like, share, subscribe, guys.
I got a little explanation for why this is. What you're seeing is literally, you're seeing Romans 1 in action.
Yes.
It says that when people exchange the truth of God for a lie, it says that they, quote, suppress the truth in their unrighteousness. So whenever an ideology becomes an idol, and by the way, secularism is an ideology that becomes an idol. Whenever an ideology becomes an idol, truth suppression begins to happen. What does truth suppression look like? It looks like rewriting the entire founding of our nation so that it doesn't sound like it was in any sense Christian. Now, why do they do that? Here's the strategy. Rewrite the past to control the future.
Yes.
I just want to say that one more time. If we want the future of a nation, a society, a culture to be a godless, secular, honestly, gospel-opposing future, well, then we have to rewrite the past in order to control the future. That's the strategy. That's why dudes like that are really important. That guy right there.
Amazing, you guys. Here we go. Charlie Kirk. God bless us, man. Bless us. Condolences to the family.
Was America founded as a Christian nation? Well, I actually seen a video of Charlie Kirk breaking this down beautifully. So I wanted you guys to see it too. Check this out.
Country was founded on common law because the Declaration only refers to God 4 times in the Constitution. It doesn't refer to God at all. And it only articulates the structure of government. So first of all, remember that we were a collection of states.
I'm going to play that, Ricky. I'm going to play it after this. I got you.
For anything else. 9 out of 13 of the original states required you to be a Bible-believing Christian to serve in government at the time of the founding. All 13 out of 13 required a declaration of faith. 9 out of 13 required you to be a Protestant, except Maryland, which was Catholic, which still required a declaration of faith. Almost every single one of the original state constitutions, Pennsylvania included, they had, I profess Lord and Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior in the original state constitution. You were a collection of states before that. Secondly, 55 to 56 of the original signers of the Declaration were Bible-believing church-attending Christians. So common law is inherited from Blackstone, who was Christian. Common law is an outgrowth of the scriptures. So let's go to 3 principles of common law: presumption of innocence, due process, injury of your peers. All 3 are biblical principles wrapped into the ultimate biblical principle that you shall not favor justice if you are rich or poor, which is Leviticus 19. Right before, most famous part of Leviticus 19, which is that you should love your neighbors yourself. But before that is that in the administration of justice, you shall not favor the rich or the poor, which is the idea of blind justice. We get that in the West, which is incorporated also in the New Testament ideal. Neither slave nor Greek nor Jew, you're all one in Jesus Christ, which we are dating human equality. These are all biblical ideas. They're not Enlightenment ideas, which is they kind of get conflated at the time. But more importantly than that, they say that God was only mentioned 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. Well, that's a big deal. Okay. Laws of nature and nature's God. The last paragraph of the Declaration reads as a prayer. It says, we appeal to the supreme judge of the universe. Who's the judge of the universe? Jesus Christ. It says in Revelation that Jesus will judge the earth on his throne. So in the Declaration, they were praying to Christ our Lord as a prayer, very specifically. Thirdly, as I said on the stage yesterday, Deuteronomy was by far the most quoted book, religious or non-religious, in the time of the founding when they were putting together the Constitution. More than John Locke, more than Montesquieu, more than Blackstone. So the book of Deuteronomy, which talked about laws, customs, traditions, it was Moses' farewell address as he's about to say goodbye, say, hey, good luck in Canaan, guys. Here's how you should set up your form of government. But finally, and most importantly, let's look at actually what the founders said. John Adams famously said the Constitution was only written for a moral religious people. It was wholly inadequate for the people of any other. The body politic of America was so Christian, it was so Protestant, that our form and structure of government was built for the people that believed in Christ our Lord. One of the reasons we're living through a constitutional crisis is that we no longer have a Christian nation, but we have a Christian form of government, and they're incompatible. So you cannot have liberty if you do not have a Christian population.
Man.
Guys, Charlie was just different. You know, photographic memory. A lot of these reasons, because they couldn't go back and forth with him, is the reason they took him out. You know, right. May he rest in peace.
So when I share those 2 videos with you guys, like, share, and subscribe again. My name is Deunta. Thank you guys so much. Love everybody. God is in control.
the entire world, I mean the entire world, is terrified of Donald Trump. Just terrified. I mean, wait until you hear what Mark Rutte is saying. Mark Rutte, he's the Secretary General, right, of NATO, and he's been behind the scenes trying to keep this whole alliance together. And he knows it's hanging by a thread. He's no fool. He's no fool. And so here's where it gets interesting. He just put out a piece in the Washington Post today, and he actually borrowed some terms from Pete Hegseth. NATO 3.0, he's calling it. Pete Hegseth was saying just the other day, this is NATO 3.0. So the title of his op-ed in the Washington Post, Mark Rutte, remember the Secretary General to NATO, is NATO 3.0 is rising and buying American. Ooh, now that's a headline we'd like to see, right? He said they have leaned too heavily on U.S. muscle, and now they're starting to build their own, and they're buying American defense to build their own. Here he is writing again in the Post. Today, I say with conviction, the times have changed. As we gather for our summit in Ankara, Turkey, America's allies are making clear that their mindset has shifted. Oh, yeah. Okay. Renewed collective strength, not unhealthy dependencies, will drive peace, security, and prosperity for the years ahead. So, how is it that they're coming to that realization right now? I think it's because effectively they had a gun to their head, right? They had Donald Trump saying, no, I'm not going to pay for you guys anymore. You're on your own, kiddos. In Ankara, he writes, we are building for the future by ensuring that we have the forces and capabilities we need, and that responsibility is and will be more fairly shared. NATO is and will always be a transatlantic alliance. Oh, really? But it is essential that we rebalance our security for the better. America's allies are stepping up. This is NATO 3.0 in action. A stronger Europe in a stronger NATO. This transformation will make us all more secure, the U.S. and its allies alike. Well, I agree with that. By the way, our whole team, this entire administration, believes this very, very strongly. So we want Europe to be strong because a strong Europe is a better ally for us. Right? I mean, and let's be honest. When you got the President of the United States floating the idea of pulling all American troops out of Europe altogether, you've got some headwinds against you. But Mark Rutte is no fool. He knows that the way to Donald Trump's heart is by creating better economic opportunities for Americans so that we're no longer looking at Europe as a liability, but maybe as a dare I say, customer. So you read the next part of this op-ed in the Washington Post. He writes, as leaders gather in Ankara, we will announce tens of billions of dollars in new contracts, ka-ching, with companies in Europe and North America. We will also demonstrate how we are investing in key technologies to meet the security demands of today and tomorrow. Capabilities made across NATO will grow economies, strengthen our tech edge, and create jobs on both sides of the ocean. He points out
you guys haven't already.
that apparently European defense orders, right? They're going to order from American defense companies are already sustaining 195,000 American jobs. Not bad. $54 billion in 2025 with $300 billion in the pipeline. And in Ankara, we're going to take this even further. Okay. So, give a new meaning to the term, show me the money. All right? Show us the money. Okay, Mark? Here he is talking today about the new NATO 3.0.
Last year at the NATO summit in The Hague, allies made important commitments to invest 5% of GDP in defense, to accelerate production, and to speed up innovation. 1 year later, we can already see the results. Last year alone, European allies and Canada spent nearly 20% more on defense than the year before. An extra $139 billion. Looking at 2025 and 2026 together, it is an increase, again, Canada and the Europeans, of $258 billion, more than $250 billion. And that's just the additional investment. So basically, one thing is clear. The money is there, and much more is coming. But this cash must be put to work. It needs to purchase capabilities to actually deter and defend. Governments and the defense industry are laying the path by investing in expanding defense production. Over the last year alone, We have seen $37 billion invested in just boosting our defense industrial base itself. Again, think about this number, 37 billion to boost our defense industrial base.
Okay. Let's keep going here, Mark. What else have you got for us? Show me the money.
And preparedness. According to our projections, by next year, the alliance will have the capacity to produce around 4 million artillery shells annually.
Okay.
Almost twice as many as last year.
Okay.
That's scale. So yes, we have made real progress.
Okay.
We are moving in the right direction. The strategy is clear. But the match is far from over.
Oh.
And to win it, we need all team members to pull their weight.
Okay, here we go.
Two more.
Here we go. He's pressuring them. You see, they're not all pulling their weight. He actually has a really hard job. Think about this. He's trying to salvage this whole thing, but you have a bunch of deadbeats who don't want to cover a darn thing. They don't want to pay their tab. So listen to this.
Faster together. We don't have the luxury of time. We need capabilities now to ensure we remain ready.
What up, Dre?
Yeah.
Security situation.
Yeah, the security situation is scary, right? I know. Putin's going to come get you guys. I mean, this is the Wall Street Journal this week saying that they had some kind of therapy night when they got together for dinner. An emergency meeting. European leaders vented so emotionally about Trump's tariffs and threats against Greenland that some would later call the session therapy night. Ooh, it all comes back to Greenland. Remember that. Oh, you don't mess with the Danes. I tried once. They're a scary little group. So Mark Rutte is trying to salvage this thing, but it started going sideways over Greenland, and then it really went sideways when it turned out none of these countries would allow us to use our bases. All right, so what happens next? They're having a therapy session. They say it all started with Greenland. By the way, Trump agrees with that. He said today, yeah, it started with Greenland. But, you know, this is the ramification of it all. We pay, you don't pay, and that's got to end. He posted this on Thursday of last week. The U.S. spends more money on NATO than any other country, and he's going on about how much we spend on defense, nearly $1 trillion. The UK is spending $90 billion, France 66, Italy 48, Poland 44 billion. I mean, Germany much lower. You don't even see little Pedrito Sanchez and Spain in that group, right? No, they're nowhere to be found. And then, just in case you didn't get it with the numbers, he had a picture chart that he also put out the next day. So the problem is the mainstream media and the Europeans themselves, this is why they didn't want him elected, right? Think about it. They did not want, they knew this day would be coming, and this is what scared the living daylights out of them. And now that day is here. This day is here, guys. Right upon us at this moment in time. Like I said, we're on the front lines of history, and you now have the Wall Street Journal and plenty of other publications, because there's more where that came from. I like the Wall Street Journal, I actually do. And I like the FT, and I like Bloomberg and Reuters and all of these things. I mean, I've worked for a bunch of them, right? But they have their bias. And their bias here is that the elephant in the room is probably the threat of Putin. They go on to say, oh, sure, he's talking about, gee, America spends this much, and Italy only spends this much, and France only spends this much. But they're ignoring, or he's ignoring, the Wall Street Journal and the mainstream media as a whole. This is what the party line, okay? This is the party line. It's worth understanding, worth knowing. They're saying that this is ignoring that peace in Europe is a core U.S. interest. It's not charity work, they say, as those who have survived the 20th century can attest. I don't dispute that. I doubt you dispute that. Yes, you know, peace in the world in general is very much a core U.S. interest. But how do you really create that peaceful environment? And how do you make sure that the U.S. is not the one footing the bill for peace in the entire world? Maybe the answer is, and this gets back to a little bit of, you know, Econ 101, you need some incentives, right? So if you're going to have free trade, let's really have free trade. Because we don't have free trade right now. We don't have free trade when, you know, France gets to charge a nice little tariff on any good that comes in from the U.S., but we can't do the same. You know, that French champagne, you're getting a bargain on it because there's no tariff. If they try to actually drink a Sauvignon Blanc or a Cabernet Sauvignon from Napa Valley, they're hitting it with a big giant tariff over there in Spain. Forgive me, France. Spain too. But you understand where this is going. That's actually not free trade. So if you really do want peace, and if you believe that free trade is something that generates a more peaceful environment because you have these trade negotiations and businesses that are all growing together and countries that are growing together, then don't you actually want free trade? You're not getting it. You're not getting it at all. So he actually is noticing these things. Nobody else has at all. They're pointing out what Mark Rutte wanted you to know, that yes, they're spending 20% more woohoo than they did last year. Whoop-de-doo, okay? You got to cough up more than 20% more. We want 5% of GDP. Do you hear me? 5% of GDP. And Georgia, you can't say, well, gee, GDP is less than we thought, so we're not going to give 5% of our current GDP. You're saying you're going to give us, 2% of a smaller overall number when we're supposed to get 5% of whatever your headline number is? I don't think so. That's not going to work. Anyway, it goes on to say that, they're moving troops to Poland and the Baltics. And by the way, that's a good idea, right? Poland's actually paying its bill, and some of those Baltic countries are doing a heck of a lot better than France and Germany and Spain. Forget about Spain. And of course, Italy. So this is good news. But here's the thing. They're like, how dare he launch this 6-month review of our European allies? This 6-month review is Pete Hegseth keeping a list, checking it twice. Got to find out who's naughty or nice.
Thank you.
And let's see, 6 months, July, August, September, October, November, December. I think they launched this actually in Brussels last year. Ooh, so my little theme fits. By Christmas time, we'll know who's naughty, who's nice, okay? And if you're naughty, you're actually...
I'll see you inside someday. Hopefully, you are free. Wherever you're going, I'm going your
That's what's up. I didn't know this was going on. 250 Grand Prix at the White House. Man, Trump doing his thing, man. Trump is doing his thing for the White House. I'm so glad no doggone rainbow flag and other fruity shit going on at the White House. The White House looks strong. Man, that's what I'm talking about. Grand Prix. That's what's up. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Worst cost of war are the human lives that are lost. They're irreplaceable. That is why drone warfare is so revolutionary on the battlefield, in the skies above the battlefield, and now on the high seas. If you are sailing a vessel against the United States military and you see one of these bad boys coming at you, you're dead. Say your prayers to whatever God you got. You're finished. This is the end for you. This is what a one-way U.S. military Navy attack drone looks like. And it is terrifying. And now, for the first time ever, we have seen these bad boys in action. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. just deployed their fleet of unmanned suicide drone vessels for the first time against Iran. You can see a drone vessel patrolling outside of the Pentagon. They are in heavy use in the waterways of Washington, D.C. These vehicles are actionable in the field of battle. In fact, they've already saved 2 U.S. Army aviators when their Apache helicopter went down in the Gulf of Oman, marking a breakthrough milestone in unmanned search and rescue. They have 1,000 nautical miles, payload capacity of 1,000 pounds. It's a big old bomb you can put on these things, and top speeds exceeding 35 knots. So they are very fast. You cannot really intercept them. They're 24 foot long, and they are speedy. Check this out. Here's a hype video. This is the Corsair autonomous surface vehicle. Collaborative swarms, payload bay, open architecture, track, follow, intercept targets. Fast. So what happens when you see one of these bad boys out in the open ocean? You best prepare.
Optics too. Yep.
They're boosting production. They've already been used in the battlefield to rescue troops, and now they are being used to blow to absolute atomized ashes the Iranian Navy. U.S. uses one-way attack sea drones for the first time in Iran strikes, and we have the footage. Check this out. So this is the ports in Iran that have submarines at them. Seen here, a trio of American Corsair USVs drive up to a sub repair dock in Bandar Abbas and detonate. Check it out. Boom.
Damn.
Boom. Boom.
He said U.S. playing with their war tools.
You're cooked, bro. Ain't no one getting repaired in these bases any longer. Freaking awesome. Look at this. So cool. What is this platform? This is a specific platform called the Corsair. This is what it looks like on a scale model. You can see here. We just played you this little hype video. This sucker is speedy, and it is built in Texas, and it is ready to do severe damage. Awesome. Look at that. So cool. Yesterday, using multiple one-way attack surface drone, CENTCOM forces successfully struck a submarine and ship maintenance facility in Iran. 3 Corsair unmanned surface vehicles hit the port Bandar Abbas naval base, marking the first time American forces have deployed sea drones in combat operations. Last night's strikes degraded Iran's ability to continue attacking commercial ships. CENTCOM took out an Iranian ship facility using sea drones. First time this has ever happened. The strikes should finally put a dent on the attack of commercial vessels. Looks like they were already in really bad shape. You can see a submarine there, though, on the platform, right?
Wow, hard right. Banned from where?
You can see, I mean, it's amazing to get this, like, really good footage. You can see there, right there. See that? That's a submarine. So they have the submarine out there, and this is how they go and lay mines and harass these ships. And it is no more. Pretty unbelievable. It's the first time ever sea drones have been used in combat.
Cap for life.
It's a wild time, man. U.S. forces use sea drones. Unclassified footage. The strikes degrade Iran's ability to project force. The first time in history. The first time American forces have employed sea drones. Combat operation war is changing incredibly quickly. U.S. Navy using low-cost sea drones. Iran has tried to bait the U.S. Navy too long without success to move into their naval ships into the strait. They won't. And now these sea drones, they can now enter the strait without risking any naval forces. I mean, it changes everything. Crazy. The United States has officially seized the Iranian coast. No Iranian ships will be allowed to leave. No foreign ships will be allowed to enter unless they are carrying food, 20% tolls to be paid to the U.S. effective immediately. Donald Trump saying that he is taking over the Strait of Hormuz. This is because Strait of Hormuz traffic collapsed after Iran started shooting at ships once again. I'm not sure why they did this. They have an MOU saying they won't do this, but of course they did it. And President Trump, of course, the anniversary of Trump getting shot in the head in Butler, marked by President Trump getting more assassination attempts. When Trump tried to fly into Turkey, he was actually forced to switch planes because of an Iranian plot to kill him.
Jesus.
This is according to the Wall Street Journal. Presidential security detail abandoned his primary aircraft assigned to the trip, secretly transferring Trump to an alternative, heavily fortified government plane to further neutralize the threat and prevent hostile actors monitoring the escape route. The flight crew completely disabled the aircraft's transponder, successfully cloaking the flight path until it cleared the high-risk airspace of Donald Trump, forced off of his Air Force One because of threats against him by Iran. So Trump responded by absolutely just torching the country last night, killing Iranian leadership in strikes like this. Holy moly. This is what killed the IRGC leader, this bunker buster, that just demolished whatever base was buried deep underground here. Cooked. Tons of IRGC leaders dead, some of them named, and CENTCOM saying, the first time we used one-way attack aerial drones and one-way attack sea drones. So it's going to be a lot easier for us if you don't have to worry about sending people home in body bags, which is, of course, the worst thing any president can do. It's going to be a lot easier for the American military to project force and strength and might. 90% of the casualties in the Ukraine-Russia front are come from drone warfare.
Hey y'all, and welcome to Politibrawl. My name is Brian, and Brandon Gill does not hold back on the insanity that just came out of the mouth of Representative Jayapal. No one in the Democrat Party can possibly be this crazy. Let's dive in.
For any federal agents who are watching this, remember that you swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution and the laws of the United States.
Cap for life. All right, I'm glad you guys in the chat. Appreciate you guys, man, on the real.
States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. This conduct that we're seeing does not hold up with that oath, and we are going to hold you accountable. Everyone that is involved in this absolute travesty and violation of justice. And I want to thank Representatives Chuy Garcia and Delia Ramirez, who helped me put this on, as well as Representatives Mary Gay Scanlon, Becca Balance, Sidney Kamlager-Dove, and Jasmine Crockett for coming to Chicago, along with many other colleagues. This is not normal, and we should be standing up to actually uphold the laws of this country. I urge Republican colleagues to join us and vote no on this. Mr. Chairman, I also seek a unanimous consent.
Gentlemen, make your request.
To enter into the record the following articles from ABC. Chicago's children are getting caught in the chaos of immigration crackdowns.
Subject.
From the Washington Post, suburban Chicago dad headed to store with toddler says they were pepper sprayed by federal agents.
Objection.
From the Chicago Sun-Times, feds deployed tear gas on the far southeast side even after cops told them they had no gas masks.
Objection.
From The Guardian, Chicago daycare worker freed from judge rules ICE arrest unlawful.
Objection.
From The Independent, U.S. citizen 67 has ribs broken by Border Patrol agents after being dragged out of car while driving home into street they'd blocked off.
Objection.
From ProPublica, I lost everything. Venezuelans were rounded up in a dramatic midnight raid but never charged with a crime.
Objection.
From the Chicago Tribune, U.S. citizens racially profiled by immigration agents in Chicago. Quote, I felt like a piece of trash.
Objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
This the same lady talking about some reparations for the illegals, for the immigrants. Insane. Because they getting snatched up by ICE like they supposed to. She figured they can get reparations. Or they deserve it. Insane.
Gentlelady goes back. Gentleman from, from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to remind the committee that administrative removal is already on the books right now. All this law does is simply expand the categories
under which an illegal alien can be deportable via administrative removal. In fact, administrative removal.
Conservative common sense. How you been, man? How you been? Glad you're in the chat.
Was used 13,000 times by President Obama over 12.
So, chat, I work tomorrow morning, I believe from 6 to 4, 10-hour shift tomorrow. So when I go live, I'll be after work tomorrow. Usually, I go live in the morning. But since I work tomorrow, I'll be a little late going live. But other than that, let's continue.
12,000 times under President Biden. Were those deportations a violation of due process?
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I will not. And if we want to talk about due process, as my colleagues would like to, where was the due process for Rachel Morin, who was slaughtered by an illegal alien? Where was the due process for Kayla Hamilton, who was slaughtered by an illegal alien? What about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungary?
Right.
Where was the due process for them? Where was the outrage when the last administration ushered into our communities Tren de Aragua gang members, MS-13 cartel members, and terrorists from around the world? I think that the American people can see that Democrats reserve their tears for illegal aliens who break our laws and victimize our communities. But if we want to talk about due process, let's talk about due process. Federal courts of appeals have routinely upheld this law's administrative removal procedures as they have existed for the last 30 years. In fact, every federal court of appeals to consider the constitutionality of the expedited removal procedures under Section 238 of the Immigration and Nationality Act has held that the statute comports with due process. Nearly 3 decades ago, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit held that, quote, clearly the expedited statutory deportation scheme comports with the minimum requirements of due process pronounced by the Supreme Court. The Fifth Circuit outlined the due process requirements, quote, that an alien be provided notice of the charges against him, a hearing before an executive or administrative tribunal, and a fair opportunity to be heard, end quote, all of which this statute satisfies and did satisfy. As recently as this past July, the Fifth Circuit reiterated that holding, as have the U.S. Courts of Appeals for the 4th, 6th, 9th, 10th, and 11th Circuits. Democrats' fear-mongering contradicts the law, contravenes the text of the bill, and undermines efforts to ensure that dangerous illegal aliens can be quickly removed from the United States. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
In other words, folks, this whole debate comes down to someone who might have been guilty of something, got put in chains briefly as they were being detained. Turns out they weren't guilty and they were let go. And Democrats are complaining about this? Okay. All right. Let's run through this a little bit more logically. Let's put it in simple terms that even Jayapal can understand, because I know she does. She understands this stuff. All right. There are some Democrats who are truly just, dumb and naive and think that, this is a travesty. This is human rights violation. This is truly mean. And I'm over here thinking, this is the best way to possibly do this.
Like $12.9 million on 7,000 patients, and you say there's not 7,000 patients. Are you committing fraud? Does this daycare pay you to come here? Yogi. She just said yes. Here, 3 durable medical equipment companies were launched, and so we're wondering, where's the equipment at? Our tax dollars are paying for old people to do Tai Chi here inside of New York.
You might wonder, is that the best use of dollars, or are we better off paying for life-saving treatments in hospitals?
One of the largest fraud schemes in America is taking place in New York City, as billions of dollars is being defrauded by organized Korean and Chinese mafias, along with other foreigners operating and stealing taxpayer dollars. They are using the elderly and the needy to bill the United States government billions of dollars at your expense. In the state of New York, government-funded personal assistance has become the #1 fastest-growing industry in the state, going from $2.5 billion in 2019 to now nearly $12 billion in 2025. It is an industry full of fraudsters who have taken advantage.
Yeah, they're going to try that. Madani, he might try that. Thank God for Nick Shirley.
Of the system, and as New York City leads the state with funding and amount of providers, locations like Flushing, Queens have more than 70 adult daycares within just a few blocks. Some of these daycares receiving more than $40 million to watch the elderly play board games at the taxpayers' expense. And to see the fraud firsthand, we headed to an adult daycare who had received over $5 million, and they explained exactly how the fraud works and even led us to the main fraudsters in the area. Stay tuned because you're going to be shocked to see what our tax dollars are being spent on.
We're heading to One Stop Senior Daycare Center. This place has billed $5.2 million in just 2025 alone, and they're averaging 276 beneficiaries per day, which is 5 times above the national average of just 48 beneficiaries a day. So they have 5 times the amount of people coming into this daycare each and every single day, and they billed $5.2 million. Let's go see what their operation looks like. It's on the 2nd floor. We're going in. Here we go. Hello, sir. Hello. How are you? Is this One Stop Daycare Center, right?
Hi.
Awesome. How are you doing, sir?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Amazing. We were wondering if we could check our grandma into daycare.
Oh, okay. Okay, come, sit. Come.
And we have some questions as well.
Yes.
We were instantly welcomed in, and these individuals did something that no fraudster had ever done before and actually opened up and talked about their business. Now, it's super important to follow this conversation because they expose exactly how the fraud happens.
Is there 270 people here today?
No.
No.
Yeah. So right now, when was that?
2025.
Yeah, last year, yeah.
Last year.
Majority of our members left.
They left.
Yeah.
So last year was a big business year.
Yeah, now it's like, less than that. You can check up for the current the billing.
So what happened to all the people?
Oh, yeah.
To everywhere else. Everywhere that, maybe you guys know why
you're searching for the fraud claim or something, right?
You guys
so, not here. I'm going to recommend.
We have
Oh, so you can tell us where the other fraud's at?
We will. Is this being recorded?
Yeah,
okay. So we would love to, but we're very concerned. We were trying to maybe reach out to other actual, government agencies. Yeah. But we're very careful because it's.
Thank you, Nancy. Name is Deunta. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Thank you.
It's a conflict of interest between us and other people.
And other daycares.
Yeah, but us, I'm actually glad that you guys came.
You are the one the Minnesota, right?
Yeah, we help America save lots of money.
Yeah.
And so, we're concerned about some of these crazy numbers, like 5.75 times the national average is quite a bit.
The current, we are the biggest daycare right now.
Yeah.
The size matter, the faculties.
Independent, that's what's up. Everybody is welcome to my chat. I have no problem with nobody. I love everybody. I just ask no trolling and no bots. Other than that, let's watch these videos, let's chat, let's learn. Let's go from there. I have no problem with nobody.
Like the biggest right now.
And this daycare truly was gigantic. It had a cafeteria, a ballroom, had an upstairs, had a massage room, a karaoke room, a room for people to do art, a pool table room, and even a...
Thank you, Capsule Light. Right, this channel is all about education and breaking a false narrative, period. Common sense, facts over feelings, on the real. Thank you, Capsule Light. Appreciate that.
Place for them to play their own instruments, and now they started explaining why others were leaving their daycare to go to other daycares to receive kickbacks.
We used to grow bigger, and then those members, every time they would come in, they would mention some sort of other benefits that they would get. Every time we rejected it, our channel, if you see the waves, it'll just keep getting...
I've been streaming about 3 hours. This video about 50 minutes long. I'm gonna let it play out. Thank you guys.
Discharge.
And again, I'll be back tomorrow after work, probably after 4. I'll be live streaming again. Usually I live stream in the morning, 4 days a week. But I gotta go work tomorrow. A little extra money, a little overtime. Why not?
So even this year, we hit maybe about a 300 to 400 member discharge, almost simultaneously.
Thank you.
And then we all find out that the reason is because other daycares are doing whatever you guys are aware of. So we're losing our members left and right.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now we're down to 120.
And do you think the fraud is real with these adult daycare centers?
Can I say everything? Yeah, 100%. It's 100%. And us, I know another daycare down there, the biggest places are losing the most members.
But you guys don't commit fraud.
No. That's why we're losing members. The numbers speak for itself.
Were you guys ever surprised by how much money you could make running adult daycares?
I mean, of course, but then the funds to run a place this big, even the OIG, Inspector Generals, came last around the end of the year. They did the whole book sweep, they did everything, same place. They sat there, we had a whole meeting. We told them frankly, they said, how do you operate this place? With the members that came in, we were able to barely manage the facility. You know, the rent is insane. The amount of staff that we had at that point was insane. So we weren't making much profit margin even then anyway. So even during that time, they said, do we do any kickbacks? We opened the whole book. They inspected everything. They see no margin for kickbacks. We had no funds to do even such a thing. Frankly, we're suffering, to be honest with you guys. Yeah.
Really?
So I need you guys' help.
Yeah, no.
I need you guys' help.
Very, very. Like,
how can we help?
There's so many places that we could send you to do the same thing, and you'll really get whatever you need from them.
They then told us some of the daycares that were actually committing the fraud.
I mean, almost every daycare that you see in Flushing, every daycare that you walk in is doing the same thing. Really? Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So how does the fraud work then? So like someone takes in the people and then they start getting kickbacks, or they start billing other transportation companies, or...
So just now I was having a consultation with 2 members. They've been here with us forever. They're telling us that all their friends are leaving. We already know what's going on. So they're telling me that every daycare that is doing it is teaching them how to logically think about this. They're treating the kickback as not a kickback. They're just thinking that if, let's say, the CEO makes a profit margin, then they give that margin back to the members. So they tell the members that that's not a kickback. We're telling them it doesn't matter, then the funds should decrease so that there is no sufficient funds for them to actually flush it back out into the public. They don't understand that. So usually it's per member, per day, per referral, who do you come with, how you get there, how many people you bring.
So
yeah, Nick Shirley all across the world, man. I think he went to Venezuela as well. Nick ain't playing, man. He out here exposing all the bullshit. That's what's up.
The way it works is an old person then tells their friends, hey, join us, join this daycare. Well, then we get a kickback off of you joining, like a referral program.
Correct, exactly. So let's say...
And they bill Medicare and Medicaid.
No.
Medicaid.
You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. We're already paying, you know what I'm saying, people to stay at home and do nothing. And you got this fraud stuff going on. No wonder we in debt. You got Somalia getting $19 billion. You got lazy ass Americans don't want to go to work, just be on Section 8. Oh, Cuba, right. Cuba is going to be on Section 8 and get the EBT. Insane. And then they think it's okay to bring other people over here. That's not how that works. The problem is already we print money. That's the problem too. We got all this damn debt, but we can easily just print the money out with no problem. Same.
Medicaid. So companies like you guys bill Medicaid, and so then these old people are giving kickbacks from Medicaid money to the old people.
Exactly. Is it the daycare that's giving the kickback for the referral?
Fraud
or is it's not Medicaid, it's the daycare giving the kickback?
But with Medicaid's money.
Medicaid money.
Correct. And when that fund, when the specific daycare bills something per member, then there's basically deals that's going on between them two. You know what I mean? Like how many days do you get? Basically, let's say you come into my daycare and you have X amount of days. Then that's funds that I'm making off this one member. There's a kickback portion of that goes back to that member.
Wow.
If you have a referral or a large group, usually people move in groups these days. So that's what's the,
So these old people are out recruiting people to come to certain daycares.
Members themselves, friends, people that's all about money. You know, previous business owners that retired, even the daycare itself, they have staff in there, or stuff like that. It's
wow.
The whole,
as an owner side of that, I can say that's why I wanna close the business at this moment, because I cannot compete them like money. I cannot do that. So yeah.
Were you guys ever doing that?
No.
We then left and headed to the #1 daycare in the area that's received over $44 million over the past few years. And this is how much money they received this year.
We're outside of Sunrise Senior Service. In 2024, this adult daycare right here billed $12.9 million. In adult daycare, they paid $10.8 million. And in transportation, they paid $2.1 million. The last daycare we were at said this is the one that is taking all their clients and they're giving kickbacks. Let's go see what's going on. So look right here, they just put them in this van right here. They bust these old people in and then they bring them in here and then they're taking kickbacks. Oh, we're going to Sunrise Senior Service.
I am walking over there.
Oh, perfect.
What brought you here?
Oh, I would like to sign my grandma up for daycare.
Can you repeat that again?
I would like to sign my grandma for daycare.
Oh, she's American, right?
Yeah.
But no American here, so yeah.
So you're discriminating against Americans?
No, that is no discrimination. But only Koreans here, so I think she cannot get along with other people because they cannot speak English.
Oh, she speaks Korean.
Oh, that's American?
Yeah, American that speaks Korean.
American, Korean, American?
Yeah.
Okay, then no problem.
Okay. Her name's Debbie.
Debbie.
Yeah, she wants to come and play games with old people.
Oh, yeah, she will be here?
Yeah. We're thinking about bringing her here.
Oh, when?
Not yet. Oh my word. Everyone, calm down. Calm down. Is it true, like, if my grandma Debbie signs up, she can then, like, get a kickback and, like, get money?
Kickback and money?
Yeah.
What about the money? I don't understand. What money are you talking about?
Like, someone is telling my grandma Debbie that if she comes here, then she can get money from the daycare.
She's already a member of here or what?
No, she wants to become a member to get money from the daycare.
I'm the owner.
Oh, great, yeah. So, got a grandma, her name is Debbie, and she would like to become a potential member of the daycare because we were over at another daycare and they don't offer kickbacks. And so do you guys offer kickbacks?
No, we don't offer kickbacks.
No?
Of course.
Come on, man. Help out Nick Shirley. Joey and his grandma. Help them out in the daycare, you guys. All this damn fraud. Thank God for Nick Shirley, man. On the real. This guy is a blessing.
Because that's what the other daycare was saying.
Which daycare?
Well, just the one over there.
I don't know. It's what they're saying because I'm the owner, but I'm not doing kickbacks.
Because then we were doing like some numbers and it said you guys made like $12.9 million in 2024, and which is a lot of money, and then like $2.1 million for transportation companies.
What is it?
So like you guys billed $12.9 million, and then out of that $12 million, 10 was for adult daycare and 2 was for transportation.
Yes.
And so they're saying they're giving kickbacks.
No, we don't. So where? Who told you that?
Well, the other daycare, because they didn't want to give us kickbacks.
Yeah, because we don't offer kickbacks.
No kickbacks.
No kickbacks.
Do you think it's true that a lot of these daycares are like committing fraud?
I heard some other daycares are doing fraud, but we don't do fraud thing.
Onto daycare? Where'd I come from? Yes. Oh, I come from around here.
Yes.
We're just concerned about where our tax dollars are going. So, and how come you guys are the daycare that receives the most amount of money here in Flushing, Queens?
We have a lot of members.
How many members do you guys have?
I don't have to tell you.
Because here it says you guys have 7,899.
Where did you get this information?
Oh, it's actually from the public databases of CMS and HHS.
Do I have to tell you the number?
But this place doesn't look like it can hold 7,000 people.
Can I have an idea or something? You're asking me some about...
Well, this is public information because it's public tax dollars that you guys are receiving.
I don't have to tell you, right?
Yeah, but do you guys have 7,000 members, for instance?
No, we don't have 7,000 members.
Okay, well, that's what it says. You have 7,899 in 2024, and then so that's not true.
7,000?
Yeah. So you guys are you guys overbilling then? Because you guys are getting paid per patient $1,600, and that's how you guys got $12.9 million in 2024.
I don't know how they calculate. So I don't remember all the numbers.
But did you have 7,000? I think you'd remember if you had.
No, we don't have 7,000 members.
So how come you guys billed for 7,000 people?
Do I have to tell you?
Well, you like $12.9 million on 7,000 patients, and you say there's not 7,000 patients. Are you committing fraud? Like, are these numbers wrong?
Please, sir.
$12.9 million? That's a lot of money.
Leave.
$12.9 million. All right, we will leave. You could have just answered the questions. Now,
I said I don't want
now
to.
people are going to be wondering if
I
you
said
committed
I don't
fraud.
want to, but why you keep asking me? I said I don't want to tell you the information.
Well,
and why?
These are taxpayer dollars, so.
So what? So I don't have to tell you the.
We're sick of people defrauding our taxes. This guy received $12.9 million, and right here it says they had 7,899 patients.
We then left, and the same guy came downstairs.
So we just ran the numbers, and once again, we did the math. $12.9 million divided by 7,899, $1,600 per patient, and literally would have been impossible to have 7,000. That's like a small concert. You realize that, right? This money comes straight from Medicaid.
Yes.
Sir, so you technically have a small concert, an arena full of people up in there.
I don't have to tell you that.
That's how much you guys are billing people for.
Just go for other daycare.
You realize how impossible that is, right? You realize that's literally impossible to have 7.8 thousand people inside of your daycare. You receive $12.9 million in 2024.
Information, and I'm telling you, stop threatening me.
I'm telling you, stop committing fraud.
Fraud
Sir,
is bad.
Is it possible to have 7,000 people on that one floor? Like, that's how simple it is. Just answer the question.
After he couldn't answer any of our questions, he then called the cops on us.
Can I call police?
So the fraudster's gonna call the cops on us. You do realize you're calling the cops on yourself, right? So this is how the operation works. They bring him in through the transportation company. They bring him in right through this door into this adult daycare, and then they bill Medicaid. 7,000 people are supposed to fit on that second floor right there. 7,000 people is the size of a small arena. You realize you just called the cops on yourself, right, for committing fraud? Well, I did. $12.9 million, 7,000 patients are nowhere to be seen. Dude just snitched on himself. Hello, ma'am. How are you? Does this daycare give kickbacks? Does this daycare pay you to come here?
여기.
She just said yes. She said yeah. God bless you.
God bless you.
I love your shirt, USA. She just said they get kickbacks. She said yeah.
Whatever with her then.
Sir, this operation here is pretty crazy.
As we left the daycare, one of the patients wanted us to take a photo.
So fancy. You going to daycare?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to daycare at Sunrise? You go to Sunrise?
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That lady's enrolled into a daycare, but she does not look like she needs to go to a daycare. So you have all these people right now who are enrolled into these daycares, and then because these people receive upwards of $12.9 million, they're able to then give those kickbacks to people just like that lady, for example. Are you enrolled to daycare here?
No.
What do you think about all the fraudsters committing fraud at these daycares?
Hey, listen, I seen you on TV all over the country, man. I'm really for you, man.
So that building right there, Sunrise Senior Service, they received $12.9 million.
They did?
Yes.
This one?
Yep, for 7,899 adults. It's an adult daycare.
Oh, that's a fraudster then. Yeah, definitely.
Now we're outside of beautiful Palace Daycare. This place received $9.4 million, and instead of 1,060 patients, and per patient, that is $1,200. And they spent $8.4 million in adult daycare, and they spent $1 million on transportation. And the thing is, these people are smart. Now that the fraudsters are on high alert, there are actually people inside of these daycares. However, these places are billing for 8,000 patients. It's quite literally impossible to have 8,000 patients inside of these buildings.
As you enter, you can see your tax dollars at work as Koreans are using it to play board games and play bingo inside of an adult daycare.
So let's see if we can enroll Debbie into some daycare. My name is Nick. We're coming through. We just put over at a Sunrise Senior Daycare, and we've been going to a few of the daycares around here, trying to look for the best one possible for our grandma Debbie.
Will you look? Because I'm busy right now. So will you do the service for the adult daycare? Or?
No, we're looking for a good one for our grandma potentially.
Oh, but I think we don't accept a new member, right?
No members? Why not?
Yeah, yes, because we have enough.
How many do you guys have? It says you guys have 8,000 patients here.
No.
Around 8,000?
No, who say that?
HHS. Yeah, we're looking for potential places for our grandma that aren't fraudulent.
If you're looking for your
because this comes from the public HHS Medicaid provider spending data set.
Okay.
But $9.4 million.
Sorry. Okay.
Do you guys have 8,000 patients?
No.
No. Did you guys bill for 8,000 patients in 2024?
Oh, that's too much. No.
Yeah, it is a lot, right? $9.4 million.
It's just crazy.
Do you guys receive money from Medicaid?
No. What are you talking about?
No. So this is all self-funded by the
We're doing the
elders?
inspection right now for the insurance company. So if you have any questions, you have the bad. I'm so sorry about
So
it.
do you guys not receive money from Medicaid then?
Not me, right?
And remember this guy because we'll be coming back to him later with Dr. Oz.
Everyone is on high alert right now. No one can justify the numbers. As we're leaving now these locations, they're calling everyone. It's alleged that this has ties with potentially the Chinese mafia, and a lot of this money is being funneled, and no one really knows exactly where it's going to. We do know that fraudsters here in the United States oftentimes are foreigners, and it's oftentimes foreign governments that have infiltrated our government and are taking our benefits to then funnel and take that money to these other countries. And right now, as we are going to these locations that are receiving millions upon millions of dollars, right now in Poly Market, there is an 8% chance that Mandami, the mayor of New York City, will pass the 2% millionaire tax before 2027. All these people that are becoming newfound millionaires, if it passes, are gonna have to start paying an extra 2% on their taxes as well. Kind of interesting perspective. We're outside of Hiroshima Adult Daycare. This place in 2025, it made $7.6 million. And its initial startup was in 2024. So it went from not existing in 2023, existing in 2024, and then 2025, it went and made $7.6 million. Here we go. And as we arrived, one of the staff was right there waiting for us. Hello.
You may see 17 people in the chat, but what I see overall, I see 2,300 views is going right now. So you can go ahead and diss what you see as far as that, but I see the overall. I see 2,300 people watching this.
How are you doing? Waiting for us?
How can I help you?
Yeah, nice to meet you, sir. Yeah, is this Hiroshima? Adult daycare? Received $7.6 million in 2025? Not sure. Okay, well, I'd like to enroll my grandma, Deb.
If you don't like Nick Shirley, then why are you in the chat? I'm glad you're here in the chat, but go ahead and subscribe and like the channel. 5749. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Welcome to the channel. If you don't like Nick Shirley, then you can leave. If not, let's continue.
I'd like to enroll my grandma, Debbie. Can I get some paperwork? Business is booming here at the daycare. They have it pumping right now.
Yeah, you a troll. If you defended Mandani, you definitely a troll. On the real. Ain't no way. Why you guys don't like us conservatives, but you guys constantly in the conservatives chat? We like the fact that you guys are here. I have no complaints that you're here. We're just curious, like, why you guys come to our chat? We're not gonna change our mind. I'm not gonna change where I stand at all. I don't understand that. I'm not gonna go to a Democrat channel and tell them I like Trump, because I already know what's gonna happen. They're gonna want to diss me, and then we're gonna go back and forth. It's just certain things don't need to be done. Yeah, you helping the algorithm out. The more you stay in the chat, the algorithm gets better and better, and the watch hours get more and more. So you're welcome to the chat.
Got all the elderly out here right now. This place made $7.6 million in 2025. It's not your business. Well, it actually is, because it's our tax dollars. It's public information from the HHS.
What?
So what?
Yeah, you pay all this tax?
No, I paid quite a bit of taxes this last year, though.
I don't care, so can you leave?
Would you have a problem with us
Right,
being
he
here?
down with no budget. How you down with no budget? And he's asking for money, and he just going into the what they call a rainy day fund. That's about to be depleted already. Right, Cat for Life. You got it right there. New York Mandani successfully secured $1 million bailout package from New York State. Yeah. That's crazy.
Oh, I didn't mean to disturb you. I was just asking about our tax dollars. $7.6 million for this daycare. New York Medicaid, adult daycare payments from CMS. We're just asking questions about the numbers, sir. But if you don't want to answer, it's all right.
Here, location is 3520 147th Street. Three white guys are here, and they are not leaving. They are disturbing us.
He's calling the cops on us now. We're just asking numbers about the public information. The reason why we're asking these questions is because this is tax dollars. This is New York Medicaid that people pay taxes into, $7.6 million. And I think people are just curious, where is this money going and how's it being spent?
Did you guys talk with Medicaid at all?
Well, this is Medicaid. This comes straight from their numbers.
Yeah, did you talk with them?
We're curious about what the money's going to, so we're coming straight to the source. And if there's nothing to hide, I don't know why you guys just can't answer the questions.
Well, I just don't feel a reason why we need to answer.
And now we're not saying exactly that all these businesses are fraud. However, we are showing you where our tax dollars are going. And when these people do receive $7.6 million, we're simply asking, why do you guys need that money? And they can't answer any of the questions. It does make you speculate a few things.
Now we are speculative about the fraud on this daycare. However, we then talked to one of the transportation ladies who drives one of the vans, and she says that this daycare is the same one as Sunrise, and they built this daycare because they needed another spot to put the clientele from Sunrise. Fraudulent. So this daycare started in 2024, and its second year in business, they made $7.6 million.
Wow. That explains a lot.
Sunrise Daycare just over there, they made $12.9 million.
That is crazy how these people just come over here and do all this fraud, man. And want to diss America. Y'all make all this money, get it, send it overseas, and then want to diss us as Americans. We can't let this shit happen no more, man. Nick Shirley wearing Terminator glasses. That's a good one.
Dollars in 2024.
This is Sunrise as well. I guess it's so big that they opened this one too. So these are 2 daycares. So if the seniors are not here, they're over there.
And so altogether, that place has made upwards of $20 million, whoever is the business owner of Hiroseam and Sunrise Adult Daycare. Whether that's one person or a partner, that's a lot of money within just this one block. That's about $20 million. Now we're outside of B&B Adult Daycare. This location made $5.5 million. That's how much they billed Medicaid, and they averaged 241 beneficiaries per day. On their peak day of business, they had 348 beneficiaries. That comes out of $27,000 paid in one day. That is 5 times above the national average for adult daycare centers. Let's see what kind of operation B&B has going on. And I want to keep in mind, we're not targeting any community or any race, anybody. This is just straight from the numbers that we pulled, and these are the numbers that have the most amount of money and have the most amount of suspicious activity going on. So it has nothing to do with Koreans, Asian community. This just has something to do with straight up fraud and money that's tax dollars are going to. And we're not saying each location is fraudulent. We're just showing you more than anything where our money is going. What do you guys do inside the daycare? What do you do inside the daycares?
Saturday?
In the daycare, what do you do?
I do this.
What do you do?
Yes.
Speak English?
Good.
English and piano and ping pong, everything.
Wow, it is booming in here. Wow, this location right now is popping. They got this place filled with seniors. We're just going to a lot of the daycares here today. You guys B&B?
Yeah.
Why are you guys here? Oh, we're just going through some of the daycares around the area. Can we talk to you guys out here?
Yeah, sure.
Do you work for B&B?
No, he doesn't. He's our auditor.
I'm an auditor
What he's
of
saying is
healthcare company.
So the auditors are all coming through today. What a coincidence. Annual checkup. What are the odds that the day Nick Shirley shows up to have an annual checkup? The odds of that happening are very, very slim. So you guys received $5.5 million in 2025. In your peak day, you guys have 341. Yeah, right here. So how come one day you guys had 348 beneficiaries?
I didn't answer. Can you give me a permit?
We don't need a permit to film. But do you think there is fraud taking place here inside some of these daycares, ma'am?
Can you give me your ID? Anybody, can you give me
your ID?
Yes.
Give me your ID.
Okay, so give each other your ID. Give her your ID as well.
Give me your ID first.
No.
So I'm not going to give you my ID. My name's Nick Shirley. I have nothing to hide. For you guys' benefit, it would help if you guys could just answer.
I don't want to benefit.
What's an
What I just said.
What's $5.5 million?
Have a good day.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Are you guys committing fraud by chance?
No.
We just want to know what that $5.5 million is being used for. And look, around here you'll see lots of nice cars. Range Rover's pulling up right here. It's strange that you guys receive $5.5 million from Medicaid and can't answer a single question. They're freaking out right now.
When you're done, decide right now. What do you want to do?
You speak English, sir? And nobody speaks English here. Yeah, all of our tax dollars are going to locations just like these. This comes straight from New York Medicaid. And all we're doing is simply asking where the money is going, because this is straight from New York Medicaid, but nobody will be able to answer any of our questions. Hello, ma'am. Do you want to answer any questions? $5.5 million went to this location. Yeah, they can't even answer a single question.
Bro, love your video.
Oh, thank you very much.
Really
Appreciate it.
What are you doing over here?
We're checking out these adult daycares.
Oh, they're doing it here too?
Yes. What do you think? What do you think about all these adult daycares?
It's crazy.
This place, for instance, right here, B&B, they received $5.5 million.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
I don't know, bro. There's a lot of them, I'll say that.
Do you think your tax dollars should be going to fund old people paying cards?
Probably not, no.
Right here in this street, there's another daycare. Silvertown Daycare has this entire plaza. This is the daycare right here. And it's more just like a cafeteria than anything. Looks like some people are coming out. What's your take on all the daycares popping up here in this part of Flushing, Queens? Do you think it's unnecessary?
What is this for?
Oh, we're just doing a documentary on all the daycares. Do you think fraud is taking place inside the adult daycare industry here?
Definitely.
Definitely.
Yeah. But
are you committing fraud?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. So let's say you guys aren't committing fraud, but these other daycares are. What kind of fraud do you think they are committing? And do you think some seniors do receive kickbacks before going to some of the daycares?
There are rumors, but there's no, concrete, anything concrete, proof or evidence.
Does this daycare pay you to come here?
여기.
Do you notice a lot of these adult daycares popping up around here?
I'm running for assembly, actually.
And what do you think about all the adult daycares here?
I know that they all steal money. That's just part of politics. So, 100% there.
And you, as you live around this area, what kind of rumors do you hear about the fraud that does take place? How does it work?
Well, the thing is that social services are supposed to be for the residents. They're supposed to be for the retirees, the elderly, right? And there's only a certain number of social services available for those that require it. But because there's so much money involved, because the money is just coming from the government and it's not accounted for, then of course they're going to be taking it. And all it does is it takes it away from the taxpayers, the elderly, the retirees. Those are the people that are affected. And those are the people that are left out because they don't have a voice. The elected political dynasties that have been running Queens and New York for so long, they're held to their donors. And the people that donate to them are these NGOs and special interests, which then they funnel the money back into them. And that's really the problem.
Keeps the cycle going. So there's a never-ending cycle of fraud that takes place here because, for instance, right here, the transportation companies just pulled up. They receive money from the daycare. They also then bill out the pharmacies that are around the block and the durable medical equipment companies. And then on top of that, that money gets funneled back into the politicians' campaigns and they can continue to push their agendas.
Yeah, and there's no oversight, right? There's no way to check any of this fraud, but they write it in such a way legally to where technically it's not. You know what I mean? But it's not raw, it's not right. And that's the issue.
Outside of this daycare, we got a Mercedes, we have an M3 BMW right here. Lots of nice cars rolling around these daycares. Got a Porsche right there, another Porsche right there. Here at Living Well Daycare, this place received $8.6 million in 2025, and they're the largest payee among a lot of these Flushing daycares. In fact, they average 271 beneficiaries per day. Their peak day of business, they had 406 beneficiaries, and on that day of business, they made $41,580. That is 5.6 times the national average. Let's go see what kind of business they're operating. And Living Well received $8.6 million in 2025. And on their peak day of business, they billed the state for 406 beneficiaries. My name's Nick Shirley.
No, we don't need any survey.
And sir, could you just answer the questions? No. So We just come straight with the facts and they start running. And $8.6 million in 2025. Flushing Queens is full of adult daycare businesses that I believe are operating fraudulently. None of them will answer any questions, and we're coming straight with the facts, straight from the data sets that are public for all of you to see.
Now, what's crazy about this fraud here in New York City is that adult daycare is actually only a small percentage of the fraud. The home healthcare industry is filled with fraud, from the pharmacies to the durable medical equipment companies to the home healthcare agencies that operate. And now we're going to be diving deep into each one of these, and they all include dollars from your taxes. Now, this is exactly how big of an industry it is here inside of New York City.
In New York City, in 2018, they billed $3.5 billion. However, in 2024, it is now costing $11.5 billion, and that number is only growing. So we have some locations here. We've arrived, and here at this building, Red Sun Home Care has billed the government $87.9 million from 2018 to 2024. And in 2024, they billed the government $17.2 million. And just in 2024, they had 122,000 claims. And since 2018, they've had over 674,000 claims. And what's really crazy about this is they're billing all of this off of one service, off of one code. 99.86% of their $87.9 million in revenue comes from one service, from one code. The number is extremely, extremely high. Let's see what happens. Here we are in Red Sun. Hello. How are you doing? Is this in Korean or Chinese? Chinese. Yeah, we have some questions about Red Sun Home Care. Yes, for instance, in 2024, billed over $17 million, and there's 122,000 claims. Could we speak to someone? Hello, how's it going? Good. We're just doing some digging around here inside of Flushing and inside of just New York City in general with some of the excessive billing of home care. And it says here, for instance, there's been $87.9 million in revenue off of one code. 99.86% of all that revenues come from one code, one service. What's the main service you guys provide?
I don't know where you get that info from.
Oh, it's straight from the databases that the government has. HHS. Yeah, the HHS, Health and Human Services, and CMS. It's public data. Because you guys receive public funds from taxpayers, so that information's then left public. Does that sound about right?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what it's. What's your organization?
My name's Nick.
Yeah.
Nick Shirley. But so like, what's the Nick Shirley? From Nick Shirley. I work by myself. What's the main service you guys provide?
I cannot answer you.
You guys do, well, I mean, 99% of all your services come from one code. Can we talk to somebody? So this is the operation of a company that's received over $87 million in the past 6 years. This is for home care, but they're billing off of one code. They want to give us any clarification on what they actually do. So your tax dollars are going to a location that doesn't even want to answer the questions about where $89 million went off of one code. Kind of crazy. Inside of this area of New York City, you'll notice that there's these kind of buildings that pop up everywhere. They're called pharmacies, and they actually also share with another LLC that's called a DME, a Durable Medical Equipment Company. So this location right here, this one location, they have registered JD Drugstore and JD Plus Pharmacy. So one of those is actually a DME company, and then one's a pharmacy. And what they do is they work together to then work also with like the adult daycares, the home care systems around the area, and they send them to a location like this to provide them services and equipment that they actually don't need. And the Medicaid and Medicare wheel continues to spin and spin and spin because it's a never-ending revolving door between the adult daycare centers, the home care centers, these durable medical equipment companies, the transportation companies, and it's just one big flywheel that keeps it all running. And right here in this location, they're operating two companies that receive money from Medicaid and Medicare inside of one location. Let's see what's going on. So whether this is a place where they store it or they send out the payments. The problem with these locations is that a lot of fraud is committed by people like the adult daycares who then send orders into this location and they actually only provide the equipment. So it creates this whole entire operation where people are saying we need this and we need that. However, they actually don't need this or that. And on average, these locations make anywhere from $2 to $8 million according to CMS industry standards. So it's safe to say a location like this is making around $4 million a year. So here inside of these residential apartment complexes, we have some DME companies, durable medical equipment companies that receive money from New York Medicaid. And it's a bit fishy that they're operating inside of these residential apartment complexes. So we're going to see what's going on. We have Premier, Lifeline, and Next Gen. They're all operating out of one apartment. Let's see what's going on. Hello. How's it going, ma'am? My name is Nick. Is Premier DME here?
DME?
Yeah. Yeah. Here, 3 durable medical equipment companies were launched apart here, and that takes money from Medicaid and Medicare services. And so we're wondering, like, where's the equipment at?
Actually, I don't know.
But so do you guys not have any of the equipment here? No.
No, I don't have any.
So how come your husband has this address registered as the location for 3 different companies that receive money from Medicaid for durable medical equipment?
I don't know. He's coming maybe like half hour. I don't know. Actually,
Do you know what kind of equipment he sells?
No, he don't have. Not at home. We have a job. He go to job. I don't have any equipment.
But does he sell durable medical equipment?
At home, nothing. I don't have anything.
These durable medical equipment companies are full of fraud. I met up with Dr. Oz, who is the head administrator of CMS, Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, to go deep into the fraud in this sector of New York City. From the daycares, pharmacies, durable medical equipment companies, this place is full of fraud, and Dr. Oz is going to dive deep into it with me and also even confront some of the fraudsters themselves. Be prepared to learn a lot.
Inside of this apartment complex, one apartment alone, there is 3 DME companies operating out of one apartment. Is that even possible? And it says that these places can make about $2 to $8 million a year.
Well, first off, was there anything in the apartments when you went to it?
Absolutely nothing. There was a mom and her children, and the husband was out.
It's almost certainly fraud. First off, it's $2 to $8 million a month, believe it or not, when they really get to scale. It may just be that number now, but these guys grow like vermin very quickly. There's twice as many durable medical suppliers in South Florida than McDonald's because it's easier to open one than a bank account. And the person named in the account is never the person who actually owns the business. In South Florida, the Cuban government's involved. I don't know where these guys are getting their money to go, but they're definitely shipping it somewhere. And that's why I get very nervous about foreign governments getting entangled in this. But to open 3 in one apartment makes no sense, especially when there's no product there. All you're doing is gaming the system, and the fact that we didn't audit it, didn't catch it, didn't stop it, and they're probably out there making money infuriates me. It should bother folks out there because it's your tax dollars paying for this.
So it's literally impossible for somebody to be operating a durable medical equipment company inside of an apartment.
Inside an apartment with no goods and 2 other durable medical equipment suppliers, that's a major red flag, the kind you walk in the battle with.
So 3 LLCs inside of one apartment, and Dr. Oz has confirmed that that's not even possible.
No, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that?
We then headed over to a daycare that had a pharmacy on one side and another medical facility on the other side, which goes to show the perfect example of a location that uses an adult daycare to carry out other forms of fraud.
And so they might be working together. Often that's the case. One of the clues we have is if the social adult daycare center is running a lot of other businesses, a good example might be they're doing transportation. And so it makes us concerned. So this one was actually shut down, the original one, and didn't take long for another one to sprout right up again. This facility was shut down, back up again. It makes you wonder if the person that you went after was really the appropriate culprit, because maybe they're just, the frontline guy who's doing the beckoning of the boss. The minion here is following the orders of the Don. And when the Don says, okay, you're out of business, you move on to some other endeavor, I'll take care of you, let's put new people in place of it. It's very hard for law enforcement to catch up. The big issue with these centers is not that they're providing social adult daycare, it's that it's a clubhouse for criminals. It allows these folks who are running these centers to pull together a bunch of seniors who might be innocent, walk in there, and they say, listen, I'll give you a little side cash. Let me have that number that you have, that's your insurance card, and I'm going to use that as a credit card against the government. I'm going to charge New York State, who's going to then charge the federal government. All that money launders through the system, gets cleaned up in different ways, and it builds a massive criminal...
Yeah, Republicans love arresting criminals. We don't love criminals, we love arresting they dumbass.
Enterprises. This business entity, this social adult daycare center, which I'm pretty sure none of your listeners have ever heard of, right? Generated $2.5 billion over the last 3 years.
How long did it take you to come up with that name, Council of Conservatives? That's how long it took you to come up with that? That's funny.
In New York State, of which almost all, 2.1 billion, was right here in Flushing, Queens, and Brooklyn next door, and the surrounding areas. You go 10 miles to Long Island from here, doesn't exist, doesn't happen. So if you're me, and I'm supposed to protect the federal tax dollars, it makes me very concerned. Something's wrong when all the money's spent in one place, and what's the problem is it's now starting to metastasize. This bad idea, the fraud, is starting to spread.
Because it's not like adults just live in one spot here in New York City. So if you have highly concentrated adult daycares only in Flushing, Queens, or in Brooklyn, for instance, and then you shut down a business and then you pop back up underneath a different name or different person, you haven't actually got the guy who's on top, because they're just using, like you said, the minions to then carry out the efforts of the top level fraudster.
The reason this even got on my radar is because what you're saying. You realize there are much bigger powers at play. And the reason I started thinking that, and I think a lot of others are now also sort of wondering the same questions that I'm having, is how is it possible we let this happen? Is this really a flaw in the system, or is it a feature? Are there good things that might happen if you're running government, if you have this kind of fraud? So in this case, these guys bring together all the seniors. They say, here's the deal. I'm going to give you some money, but I want you to pretend like you're getting personal care services at home. Now, personal care services, remember, these are things...
Hey, dude, we understand this whole new wars thing. We voted for Trump. We knew Trump's going to do what we got to do. This has been going on for 47 years, saying death to America. It's about time a president steps up and bomb they dumbass instead of sending fucking money over there. What's wrong with you people? Obama sent them $1 billion over there to them, funding the war. That's stupid as hell. You want to stop a war, don't give them money. And that's what Obama did. The same thing with Joe Biden, Ukraine, sending money. What is wrong with these people? Right, $1.7 billion in cash on a pallet. Insane. I wish these people who jumps in that chat know they facts, know their history. They come in our conservative chat and be saying the most stupidest shit. And then think about it is, I have a laptop and my phone right in front of me. I got 2 phones and a laptop. I can easily pull up what I need to pull up to debunk the bullshit. These guys want to jump on here and say anything. All right, look at this. Look at Zen. Zen to jump on here. Zen hard to find. Trump want to give them $300 billion to Iran. Really? Where that come from? Where your facts at? Zen hard to find. Where your facts at? You said Google it. Let's see.
Your family would do for you, right? So let's just say, for example, that you've got someone carrying the groceries for you, or driving you to an office, or taking care of some issues your family would normally manage for you. It's hard to police that. But what it does do is it creates jobs. So now all of a sudden you've got basically the federal government hiring people to take care of all the people who come out of here. And all those services, although the state initially pays for them, the federal taxpayer picks up the tab. That's who pays the ultimate bill. And now you have a jobs program. Listen carefully. The most common job in the state of New York, by twofold, is personal care services that are hired when you go to one of these programs. Think about that. Twice as many jobs as any in the entire state are created by personal care services, and now they're unionizing those folks, which now creates a separate flow of money union dues translate into political support. So it's basically political patronage. And that should be illegal.
Yeah, so these people are really just taking and looting from federal dollars and state dollars as well.
Which puts some numbers on it. When Medicaid, the state, for example, that runs this program, it's paid for by New York State dollars, but they get 2/3 of the money back from the federal taxpayer, which means if you're watching right now from New Mexico, Mississippi, Texas, Florida, even Illinois and California, if you're watching from there, you're helping to pay for this. Congratulations. You own a little bit of the business. You look around here, not to be specific, because it could be any ethnic group, but this area seems to be overwhelmingly ethnic Chinese. They're very insular. They're very much proud of their heritage. They speak the same language, same cultures. They hang with each other. They don't want to tell on each other. I was actually walking through the streets here, and a charge nurse of mine from Columbia, where I practiced for many years, I'm a professor there. This woman is tough as nails, and she ran up to me, and she was so happy to see me, and then she noticed folks around me, with guns. She said, "Why are you here?" I said, "I'm looking at these social adult daycare centers." Abject fear. I mean, panic. Says, "You have to leave now. I can't be seen with you." And she ran away, which means that people they both are living in fear because there's actual danger here. This is also, by the way, the hub of human trafficking in the eastern part of the country. But it also means that these kinds of businesses are worth fighting over. And that's why it's not easy to take them out.
We then headed into one of the adult daycares and we started asking people about the activities that they do.
Play ping pong.
Do you like playing ping pong here?
Yeah.
You think taxpayers should pay for you to play ping pong?
On top of government ping pong, we're also paying for government-funded Tai Chi classes for the elderly Koreans.
So right now we have some people doing some Tai Chi over here. Our tax dollars are paying for old people to do Tai Chi here inside of New York.
So you might wonder, is that the best use of dollars, or are we better off paying for life-saving treatments in hospitals? And the whole concept, this is again.
If I'm wrong, I'll be correct. If I'm wrong, let's go ahead and see what they're talking about if I'm wrong.
Decades ago, but it's now become a feverish pitch, is pay for people so they stay out of the hospital, don't pay for them to go in the hospital. That makes perfect sense in theory. But when reality meets the road, sometimes it's ugly. You get roadkill. And unfortunately, we're not paying for services that historically people do in their own homes. Somebody would actually open up their home and let people dance in there. Instead, we've now weaponized this funding stream, and now we're building a lot of these social adult daycare centers. And it allows folks who are illegitimate to take control. And I think that's the wrestling match we're having right now in our country. Should we be paying for things we can't monitor, that are unlicensed, unsupervised? But how do you grade if the Tai Chi is taught well so you know whether to pay for it?
Meanwhile, there's a mother struggling to pay her medical bills. Meanwhile, there's someone doing Tai Chi here inside of Flushing, Queens, in an industry that receives $2 billion of taxpayer funds.
Just here, just in this, within a few miles of where we are in Flushing. It's not even the whole state of New York. And you go to other parts of the country, they don't really use these that much. But what if they did? What if all of a sudden every part of the country, including rural America, where 60 million people live, we don't do any of these things because they go to their neighbor's home and do it. What happens if they all start doing it? Very soon that part of the healthcare bill grows, and guess who pays for it? You. It comes out of your pocket, you pay your tax dollars. And you don't have a choice because it's part of the federal tax. And then everyone says, well, taxes are too high, or we don't have enough money for healthcare. No, we have enough money for high quality care. So I'm going to blow your mind. You ready? Hold on tight. Double-digit number of pharmacies. How many pharmacies do you need on this little strip of terrain in Flushing? Come on, I'll show you this. You can't even believe this is true unless you see it. There's a strip there. There are more than half a dozen pharmacies, back to back to back. Your question is, how many pharmacies do you need back to back to back to back? Now, if I was running a restaurant, I might think about it because it's, a food court. This is like a pharmacy court. So, you got one here.
One right there.
Number two, another pharmacy. Again, the question becomes, how many do you actually need? Another pharmacy. I'm losing track, but there's
now
more.
We're at 4.
It's like a game show.
So right here we have another adult daycare. Look at this.
The street.
Across the street.
And I get more pharmacies.
More pharmacies.
I mean, after a while, you start to realize something's not right. And then you actually look at the books, the finances, which is my job, and we see billions of dollars being spent on social adult daycare, which it seems inconceivable. The spot we just walked into, they have 15 people. He says they see 25 people a day. What if I could run a business that made millions of dollars? And seeing 15, 25 people not doing anything except playing, video games and mahjong and some yoga.
And another adult daycare right there.
Yep. After a while, it's almost clutters your mind to mention more. Look how many more. There's more pharmacies.
Another pharmacy right there. Yeah, another one right there. Another pharmacy right here.
Come on, we're double digits now. It's like the kids in the back of the seat pointing out the obvious. Everywhere you look, there's something having to do with healthcare.
Trump just dropped major nightmare news on Iran, and this changes everything.
It looks like they're back at their business, trying to take over the Strait. What's your response?
Well, we're taking over the Strait. They have nothing. They've got nothing. So, something that nobody knows, yesterday they had an 11-hour meeting. Everything's 11 hours with these guys. You can't settle a one sentence in 1 hour, in 1 minute.
Wow.
It should be 1 minute. And everything was agreed to yesterday. And they leave the room, and they call back, and they say, we had to make a couple of changes. I said, changes? They got to make changes? We're not going to make changes. Always changes. They just, they're professional negotiators. That's all they are. I don't even call them good at it. They haven't gotten anything. They got nothing from me.
Wow.
But if you look, for 47 years, they've been tapping people along, presidents. Every president got tapped along, didn't do anything.
And what did we hear from the fake news media? All Trump's been able to accomplish is that he's taught Iran they can control Hormuz, but now Trump says the U.S. is taking it over. Trump reinstates Iran blockade, which now comes with a 20% reimbursement plan. Also, countries are now going to pay the United States instead of paying Iran.
This should have been done 47 years ago. Shouldn't have been allowed to start.
47 years ago,
but Clinton let him go, and Bush let him go. Everybody let him go, and Obama was the worst of all because Obama actually went to their side. Because he's let's not say. Let's leave that for another time. Trump, terrible.
Wow.
And he allowed Iran to, but he gave them 1.7 billion in cash, in green cash, put in satchels in an airplane and brought to Iran. $1.7 billion. You know what that is? Did you ever see $1 million in cash? This is 1.7 billion. It took up an entire Boeing 757.
That's crazy.
And they flew it to Tehran and they gave it to people that were waiting at a plane. Can you imagine these people? They never saw money, and now all of a sudden they've got 1.7 billion in cash.
And we're supposed to believe that Trump was the one that emboldened Iran. That Trump was the one that made Iran realize how strong they actually were. Give me a break. But the president says Hormuz is open and will remain open with or without Iran. We are reinstating the blockade. All other countries, except Iran, will have fair and open use of the strait. The U.S. will be, from this point forward, notice, the guardian of the Strait of Hormuz, because nobody else wanted to come and help form the coalition needed to open the Strait of Hormuz. Remember that?
The lead is that the president posted that the blockade is back on. In fact, the president posted that the U.S. is now going to be known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait and charge 20% of all cargo shipped as reimbursement for providing security. Now, Iran has made it clear that they're going to fight that.
We will in no circumstances allow the United States to interfere in the management of the Strait of Hormuz, and we will not allow it to do so. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran will deal forcefully with any disruption to commercial vessels and oil tankers used by this invading and pirate U.S. military outside the route designated by Iran.
But you gotta remember, what's been happening for the last 3 months, there's been a U.S. blockade over here, and they haven't been able to do anything about that blockade. They have not been able to get it to go away. There hasn't been any political wrangling they can do. There haven't been any friendly mouthpieces in the United States who've been able to convince me and you who are watching all this stuff that Trump should just surrender and go home. None of their tactics have worked. They do not have the military fortitude to wage some sort of campaign to do this forcefully. So I don't know how they're going to make good on this threat.
They see an opportunity, they think, to reduce or eliminate U.S. influence in the region, and that would allow them to dominate the Gulf states. Their goal is to destroy Israel, and obviously they want to attack the United States in doing so.
So when it comes to the Strait, two senior Iranian sources told Reuters on July 8th that they consider its control of the Strait to be important leverage, and that giving up...
We're not blaming Obama for nothing. Obama gave them $1.7 billion. And then Ukraine gave them down there $1 trillion, Biden. These are facts. We're not making up some shit.
Such control would be tantamount to surrender.
And now Trump's putting them in a position where that is their only option because the U.S. is going to take over this area. They will literally have zero leverage. And
why don't you go ahead and go to Iran? Zenhard, Tufan, go ahead and go to Iran, live over there if you don't like America.
as you're about to see, when regimes run out of money and leverage, they collapse on their own and they change on their own, which is good for the Iranian people.
Them hundreds of billions of dollars in cash and everything else, and he went to their side, and because of that, they became much more powerful because of Obama. And Biden, who was vice president, but he probably had nothing to say because he was not such a stupid person. But then Biden, when Biden came in, and then I held him down, I stopped him. And, the JCPOA, I stopped it.
So that deal's out.
And stopped it really, really powerfully. I ended, that agreement was the worst. Somebody should see, maybe it's the C, it's with the C. That agreement is the worst agreement that has been signed by this country. That's the top 5 bad agreements. And that basically gave them everything. And they built and built and built. And they were minutes away from the nuclear weapon. Had I not terminated the agreement, the Iran nuclear deal, it's called, they would have had a weapon then.
Speaking of nuclear weapons, look at what's happening at their nuclear sites right now. Watch.
New satellite images reportedly showing Iran may be working to rebuild their nuclear sites, despite strong warnings from President Trump.
They're rebuilding.
Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman joins me now.
They're not going to have money to do that anymore.
And this satellite imagery shows signs the Iranian regime is rebuilding its suspected nuclear sites at Pickaxe Mountain and Parchin, which intel agencies have long suspected of housing nuclear enrichment activities deep underground. So the good news is that we know about this. The bad news is obvious. What do you make of these satellite images and what this it dictates or indicates
Maybe they're
to
getting
us
it ready for the
about
inspectors.
Iran's desire to
they're
rebuild
uncovering
its
it so the
nuclear
inspectors can come in. Yeah, right.
Yeah, look, the satellite imagery is disturbing. It's only one piece of our intelligence collection. We also rely on our human sources and SIGINT collection, that's communications between Iranian officials as well. So I'm sure that President Trump is receiving a detailed picture about the extent to which Iran is seeking to rearm and reconstitute their nuclear program. That's why they're fighting. That's why the Strait of Hormuz is a flashpoint. Iran isn't just fighting to disrupt global trade in the Strait of Hormuz. They're doing it to protect their nuclear program.
But now they're not going to be able to do that because the president's plan is to take over this thing and be done with all of the chaos that's going on here. And for the U.S. military to go in and do this, it has to be sustainable. This cannot be a handout to the rest of the world, and that's why there's going to be a 20% fee. But remember, this is what Iran wanted to do. They wanted to toll the Strait of Hormuz and get all the money and rebuild all of the facilities we're talking about, and now they're not going to be able to do that either. That's why this is such a devastating development for them and why this may fully end this conflict.
The control of the Strait of Hormuz and their effort to try to control that is their desperate effort to regain or try to assert regional hegemony, control in the region. And I think that as long as this regime is in power, they're going to try to exert whatever leverage they can. And the Strait of Hormuz is really their last gasp because their other tools are gone.
See? But here's what you have to remember. There were 3 things that this regime wanted. The first was nuclear capability. That's gone. The second was a massive arsenal of conventional capability that they could use to threaten everybody and attack everybody and solidify themselves as a regime for as long as possible without the nuclear capability. That is now gone. And the third thing, the last thing they've been holding on to, was this ability to have forces that are of a very low capability militarily, but can still threaten a container ship in the Strait of Hormuz. A couple of guys with the ability to launch something, they can scare away an entire industry. And for the last several weeks, that's what they've been relying on. They've been relying on this ability to sporadically go after ships that might be floating around out there, but that too is now over. They were using that ability to say, hey, this is our strait, we're going to toll it, that's our plan, but it doesn't look like that's their plan anymore.
And real quick, Harris, like Mike was talking about, the regime is targeting civilians. The folks on these merchant vessels, mainly men, are civilians, and they're getting targeted.
And that's the other part of this that I think many people are missing. When Trump says the U.S. is going to go in there with Operation Guardian Angel, as it's now called, impose this 20% reimbursement fee for opening the strait, who's being protected? People that are non-combatants, civilians, people that are just trying to make a living, provide for their families, people who are peaceful and have been doing something peacefully in this area of the world for a long time and have been running legitimate businesses and now find themselves under attack and defenseless. So, and who's coming to save them? Their own countries, our allies? No, just the United States and the Gulf allies and Israel. Those are the only...
Right, they get their news from The View, CNN, and PBS. Trash. And then if you can watch these channels, news channels, do a little bit more research. Go a little bit further. Follow the money. So you're just seeing that, oh, CNN said that. That's my talking point. I'm going with it. Really? Like Trump's felons. He was 34. They say he's a 34 felon. That was all misdemeanors. They boosted up to make him a felon so we won't vote for him to be president. But it backfired. It made him more popular. It made him more relatable. On the real. Everything they did, it backfired. It made Trump look good and more strong. Idiots. Try to take the man out, try to kill him, try to bankrupt him, put him in jail. He couldn't go to his son's damn graduation, I don't think. And they keep on saying Trump a king. You guys tried to destroy the man before he became president. How is he king? Y'all tried to destroy him, and we voted for him. That's some sickest shit ever, man. Zen, once again, I'm glad you're in the chat. Appreciate it. America has no business in Iran. The only reason. So you cool with somebody saying death to America? If you live in America, I want nobody to wish death to nobody. No country should be wishing death on anybody. Period. Take care of your goddamn country, your nation, your people. All this wishing death on people, all this hate. When can we have unity on this planet? On the real. Are you serious? You said when has Iran attacked America? You must don't live in America then.
Countries that are involved in this, which is now a humanitarian operation. That's what this is.
You know, it sounds like they're just these inanimate objects, these ships, but with civilians on them.
Right, it's terrible.
Harris, you nailed it. Could you imagine having your son on one of these ships and seeing this go on right now? These are innocent civilians that the Iranians are targeting. One thing I want to cover real quick, Harrison, I think former Governor Bush put this out. We need to keep an eye on our flank down here. I live down here in God's waiting room, Boca Raton, but reportedly there are hundreds of drones down in Cuba. Now, I was based at Naval Air Station Key West, and we have Homestead Air Reserve Base. We have CENTCOM down in MacDill. Well, we're punching overseas, Harris. I want to keep an eye on our southern flank because the Cubans aren't friends of ours either.
So now there's this idea of potential attacks at home. And what's interesting about that is we heard the Cuban drone story a while ago. Now it's getting more press, the idea that there are drones in Cuba that could be launched against the United States. And as the Cuban drone story comes out, another story has recently come out about another flank, if you want to call it that. Listen to this.
The Big Apple today fallout after reports that a senior advisor to New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani had plans to meet with Iran's ambassador to the United Nations.
That's weird.
The State Department says it stepped in to quash the meeting.
Oh, wow.
CB Cotton is live in New York with more.
That's weird.
Again, Zen, I'm glad you're in the chat, bro. But I don't just play Fox News. Everybody I play on this channel, they play different news outlets to give you different news perspective and ideas and different narratives. So stop dissing Fox News. I don't just play Fox News. I play CNN, all type of people that plays it. I play even The View based on who's the video I'm playing. But once again, if you don't like what I'm playing, you can go to another channel and watch it, what you want to watch. How you come to my channel talking about what I'm playing is not good, or was an eyesore to you? Just keep scrolling. You gotta watch this when I'm watching and when I'm sharing. I appreciate you being here, but don't come to my channel, anybody else's channel, and trying to tell them what they to do. Get your own YouTube channel. What the hell?
Hey, Mike, so after the State Department reportedly stepped in to clarify acceptable conduct, we're told that it was Mayor Mamdani who ultimately called off the meeting between his Commissioner for International Affairs, Anna Maria Archila.
It's not about having a side. It's called common sense. Period. One party thinks it's okay to cut your kids' body parts off in men's and women's bathroom. And believing it's okay to have fraud. Other one believes America, which is it's a Christian nation, capitalist. He want to go out and get you a house, get you a job, and make it work, and go to work. Get off the government. Stop relying on the government. The Republican Party believes in less government. Democrats want more government. Republicans believe in less government.
And Iran's UN ambassador, Amir Saeed Iravani. Archila was reportedly
Right, once again, I don't sit back and just watch Fox News, CNN, all that. When I play my videos, Cash Jordan, the Black Conservative Perspective, and other YouTubers, I play theirs, and they be playing random news channels. Once again, to give you different perspective, what's going on. So they're just watching Fox all day, or watching CNN all day. How about we watch both of them, all of them at the same time, and get what we need to know?
Remanded for the move, but the fact that the meeting was even considered continues to raise eyebrows, including from U.S. Ambassador Mike Waltz.
Do you think if the State Department hadn't stepped in and taken any action, we would even have heard about this meeting that was planned by Mamdani's people in New York, people who work for him? And why are they meeting? What are they trying to accomplish? It's like,
man, we had Obama twice as a president. How is it? Oh, it's racist after Obama, or was it before Obama? Which one is it? Because other than that, America is great. Is there hatred? Yeah, there's a lot of hatred.
Iran is realizing that they don't have any leverage on the conventional sense over in the Middle East. So what are they trying to do? They're trying to make inroads here in the United States and 90 miles off the coast of Florida to accomplish something. But what could that be?
It would have been a huge propaganda victory for the Ayatollah in the middle of a conflict, as they're not only shooting at Americans, but they're shooting at global shipping. And we're doing everything we can to keep them internationally isolated. But it's outrageous, and we shut it down.
Yeah, that's crazy.
When addressing the controversy this week, said he didn't know about it in advance. He also said it was the Iranian ambassador who requested the meeting, and that his team is now working on new protocols.
New protocols.
The commissioner recognizes that this was made an error, and we're working on a new process in terms of new meeting requests.
A new process, which means if the country that has threatened the president of your country and is actively engaged in hostilities against innocent people who are riding around in oil tankers trapped in the Persian Gulf, if that country says, hey, let's have a meeting and discuss how we can cooperate, we're going to not say yes to those anymore. Is that the new protocol? Was the old protocol that those were okay? That's weird, very strange. And how many other meetings like this happened that we didn't even know about?
And this was a request that came into the office, not one that originated from the office.
That's bizarre.
So the timing of the attempted meeting comes when President Trump has repeatedly said he is number one on Iran's list. And Israel recently shared intelligence with Trump about an Iranian plot.
But you know what all of this reveals? It reveals that the same individuals who have been interacting with the global economy and with the entire world from this regime haven't really changed, even if new people are in power right now. Watch.
I would like it to be something else, but I don't think, while the people in the regime have changed, David, I don't think the ideology, the commitment, to the Iranian objectives, dominate and control the region, drive the United States out of the region because of its influence, and eventually destroy the state of Israel. I think those goals are right there. The crowd that we're seeing on television is an indicator of that. Death to America. That is reflective of who they really are.
Now, if it is time, if they don't straighten up, and if they don't allow every vehicle, every tanker that wants to get through the Strait of Hormuz, and we decide it's time to finish the job, aren't we better prepared now to finish the job? Don't we have more intel? Isn't our military might better equipped now than it was a couple of months ago?
This is what people are saying. There's all this focus on how the ceasefire has allowed Iran to do what? To stock up on new weapons from America's enemies, to get intelligence on what America might be up to. But the same thing is happening. We've got these satellite images that show activity near some of their nuclear facilities. We've got eyes and ears all over this country. We know where they're going. We know what they're up to. We see convoys of trucks headed from here to over here. We see them bringing equipment from over here. Like, we can see all of this stuff. We know what they're doing. And over the last several weeks, as we've had this quote-unquote ceasefire, what has happened is Iran's military has exposed itself. They have revealed where they are. They have shown us what their capabilities are, or lack thereof. Watch.
In fact, they are not only making the wrong decision in terms of reneging on their promises, but we are in a much better position to finish the job.
Yeah, we had about 2 weeks to go. 25% of the targets were still there. We would have been able to finish it. We do have more capability.
Look at all the ships getting out.
Moved into the region. The Israelis' magazine depth has been replenished. But here's the other thing, and this is very notable, is during these 8, now 10 plus weeks of the ceasefire, that began all the way back in the first week in April, the truth is we've been monitoring everything they're doing. So when they're recovering the ballistic missile sites and opening them up and taking the launchers and the missiles out, what are we doing? We're tracking. We're tracking what they are doing on the ground because we have that kind of surveillance sophistication. So our pristine, and we return to military operation, we are quickly going to take down a lot of their capability to retaliate against the Gulf oil infrastructure, against U.S. bases, and certainly against Israel.
And what that brings us to is the next phase of this operation, this taking over of the Strait of Hormuz. How can that happen if this is such a hotly contested area that no ships can be here and that the U.S. military is at risk for being here? Obviously, that is no longer the case. Trump wouldn't say that.
America is a Christian nation. I'm going to play 2 videos to show you and prove to you that America is a Christian nation and it's a great place to be, period. Name's Deunta. Thanks for stopping by. Like, share, subscribe.
For listeners, this is going to blow your mind. You have no idea how much Christian sort of standards were written into all the, many of the founding documents. So all I'm going to do right here is read the prayer of the First Continental Congress. O Lord, our Heavenly Father, high and mighty King of Kings and Lord of Lords, who dost from thy throne behold all the dwellers on earth and reignest with power supreme and uncontrolled over all the kingdoms, empires, and governments. Look down in mercy, we beseech thee, on these our American states who have fled to thee from the rod of the oppressor and thrown themselves on thy gracious protection, desiring to be henceforth dependent only on thee. To thee have they appealed for the righteousness of their cause. To thee do they now look up for that countenance and support which thou alone canst give. Take them, therefore, Heavenly Father, under thy nurturing care. Give them wisdom of counsel and valor on the field. Now I'm going to skip forward. So the prayer ends like this. Preserve the health of their bodies and the vigor of their minds. Shower down on them in millions they here represent such temporal blessings as thou seest expedient for them in this world, and crown them with everlasting glory in the world to come. And then here's how it ends. All this we ask in the name and through the merits of Jesus Christ, thy Son and our Savior. Amen. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the first prayer at the First Continental Congress. And then fast forward 250 years, and you have people saying, in no sense was our nation founded on Christian principles in any way. It's crazy.
Right, that's crazy, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Like, share, and subscribe, guys.
I got a little explanation for why this is. What you're seeing is literally, you're seeing Romans 1 in action.
Yes.
It says that when people exchange the truth of God for a lie, it says that they, quote, suppress the truth in their unrighteousness. So whenever an ideology becomes an idol, and by the way, secularism is an ideology that becomes an idol. Whenever an ideology becomes an idol, truth suppression begins to happen. What does truth suppression look like? It looks like rewriting the entire founding of our nation so that it doesn't sound like it was in any sense Christian. Now, why do they do that? Here's the strategy. Rewrite the past to control the future.
Yes.
I just want to say that one more time. If we want the future of a nation, a society, a culture to be a godless, secular, honestly, gospel-opposing future, well, then we have to rewrite the past in order to control the future. That's the strategy. That's why dudes like that are really important. That guy right there.
Amazing, you guys.
Hey, Chad, I would like to do a group panel one of these days, man. Have like 3 or 4 people on the panel. We can go live or we can pre-record, either or.
Here we go. Charlie Kirk. God bless us, man. Bless us. And donuts to the family.
Was America founded as a Christian nation? Well, I actually seen a video of Charlie Kirk breaking this down beautifully. So I wanted you guys to see it too. Check this out.
Country was founded on common law because the Declaration only refers to God 4 times in the Constitution. It doesn't refer to God at all. And it only articulates the structure of government.
So first of all, remember that we were a collection of states and colonies, and you need to read the state constitutions before anything else. 9 out of 13 of the original states required you to be a Bible-believing Christian to serve in government at the time of the founding. All 13 out of 13 required a declaration of faith. 9 out of 13 required you to be a Protestant, except Maryland, which was Catholic, which still required a declaration of faith. Almost every single one of the original state constitutions, Pennsylvania included, they had, I profess Lord and Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior in the original state constitution. You were a collection of states before that. Secondly, 55 out of 56 of the original signers of the Declaration were Bible-believing church-attending Christians. So common law is inherited from Blackstone, who was Christian. The common law is an outgrowth of the scriptures. So let's go to 3 principles of common law: presumption of innocence, due process, and jury of your peers. All 3 are biblical principles wrapped into the ultimate biblical principle that you shall not favor justice if you are rich or poor, which is Leviticus 19. Right before, most famous part of Leviticus 19, which is
Right. What Trump did, that's between him and God, not us the people. We don't judge nobody, only God does the judgment. What do you mean by that? You know how many people in the even the disciples in the Bible wasn't the best people what Jesus had. The 12 disciples that Jesus had was not the best.
that you should love your neighbors yourself. But before that is that in the administration of justice, you shall not favor the rich or the poor, which is the idea of blind justice. We get that in the West, which is incorporated also in the New Testament ideal. Neither slave nor Greek nor Jew, you are all one in Jesus Christ, which we have any human equality. These are all biblical ideas. They're not Enlightenment ideas, which is they kind of get conflated at the time. But more importantly than that, they say that God was only mentioned 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. Well, that's a big deal. Okay. Laws of nature and nature's God. The last paragraph of the Declaration reads as a prayer. It says, we appeal to the supreme judge of the universe. Who's the judge of the universe? Jesus Christ. It says in Revelation that Jesus will judge the earth on his throne. So in the Declaration, they were praying to Christ our Lord as a prayer very specifically. Thirdly, as I set up the stage yesterday, Deuteronomy was by far the most quoted book, religious or non-religious,
Yeah, Matthew was a
in
tax
the time of the
collector, and
founding
they
when
didn't
they
like
were
him
putting together
either.
the Constitution. More than John Locke, more than Montesquieu, more than Blackstone. So the book of Deuteronomy, which talked about laws, customs, traditions, it was Moses' farewell address as he's about to say goodbye, say, hey, good luck in Canaan, guys. Here's how you should set up your form of government. But finally, and most importantly, let's look at actually what the founders said. John Adams famously said the Constitution was only written for moral religious people. It was only inadequate for the people of any other. The body.
God never meant that he wasn't perfect. God doesn't operate with time. He's omnipotent. What do you mean by that? Huh? I never heard that. Never said it. Jesus never said that. Common sense. Right, God is perfect.
was so Protestant that our form and structure of government was built for the people that believed in Christ our Lord. One of the reasons we're living through a constitutional crisis is that we no longer have a Christian nation, but we have a Christian form of government, and they're incompatible. So you cannot have liberty if you do not have a Christian population.
Man. Guys, Charlie was just different. You know, photographic memory. A lot of these reasons, because they couldn't go back and forth with him, is the reason they took him out. You know, right. May he rest in peace.
So when I share those 2 videos with you guys, like, share, and subscribe again. My name is Deunta. Thank you guys so much. Love everybody. God is in control.
God never exactly said he made a mistake. However, in Genesis 6:6, it states that God regretted or was sorry that he made humanity as they were wicked and deeply grieved them.
Saw this video on X. I figured I'd share it with you guys. Why not? Charlie Kirk was ahead of his time. Rest in heaven, man.
This is one of Charlie Kirk's final warnings. Battle is coming to the West, and the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. And the American way of life is very simple. I want to be able to get married, buy a home, have kids, allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down, send them to a good school, have a low crime neighborhood, not to have my kid be taught the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, while also not having them have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. That's important.
Come on, man. New York, Minnesota,
we want the American way of life, which is, by the way, Christendom. Christians, our sacrifice, our toil, our vision, the outgrowth of the scriptures gave us Western civilization. And this is where I think is a great rallying cry. Doesn't matter if you're Hispanic, doesn't matter if you're Asian, doesn't matter if you're black or white. Everybody, if you are Christian and Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, these 2 threats are combining forces to come after us. And it's time that the church stands and rises.
Hey, can I just add, there's nothing wrong with wanting that. Believing in the American dream, assimilating into American culture. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with talking about it. There's nothing wrong with desiring it. It's not a bad thing. Certainly not hate speech. It is what this country is founded on, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's not. Like and subscribe. Name is Deunta. Thank you guys for stopping by.
God bless the USA. Man. 250 years, we here. It's a blessing to be here, you guys, you know. People say don't celebrate this day, but me and my family go and celebrate and have a great time. America's a great place to be, one of the greatest places to be. Freedom of speech, you know. Just, you name it. You come here and become rich. Make a name for yourself. People are dying to get here. You know, so happy to be able to celebrate this 250 years. And this whole month is it's a great month. My brother's birthday, he passed away years ago. Bless you, bro. My wife and my grandma's birthday, a few other people. But yeah, and my auntie as well. So it's just a blessing to be celebrating this day, you know, no problem. But you got people out here want to push racism, division, and that's not cool. That's not how America was built, you know. It was once perfect how we got here, but we're here. Christianity and capitalism. But you got the Obamas out here want to cause division. Talking about slaves and all that. Well, Obama, in your background, you had slaves in your background. But then we let Terrence cook right quick and, you know what I'm saying, and go from there. Because what you finna say is the truth.
Please do us all a favor and shut up and go away.
Shut up and go away. Why are y'all constantly trying to start a race war in this country? Why are y'all bringing up the fact that George Washington owned slaves? Why? Who cares? It happened a long time ago. Why don't y'all talking about y'all need to remind people? Why don't you remind people that black people sold other black people into slavery? Why don't y'all remind people about that? Why are y'all trying to constantly divide the American people? Y'all want black and whites to hate each other. Oh, you know why? Because that's how y'all make money. That's how y'all stay popular. That's how your pockets stay fat, full of money, by keeping us divided. We are trying to celebrate America's 250th birthday, and y'all want to talk about slavery. Shut up. Just shut up. We all know about slavery. Why don't you remind people that white people also fought and died so that black people can be free? Why don't y'all remind people that a Republican president freed black people? Why don't y'all remind people how great this country is? Why don't y'all actually tell
Andrew Johnson, Democrat, shut it down. You know what I'm saying? People keep on voting Democrat. Makes no sense. Once again, I'm here about unity, you know what I'm saying, happiness, celebration. You know what I'm saying? But these Obamas, they've been in presidents for 8 years, you know what I'm saying? Voted in twice, no problem. All of a sudden now, they even call racism, call division. That's not cool, man. That's not how that works.
black people that no matter their skin color, they can be whatever they want to be in America as long as they work hard. Why don't y'all do that? But you can't get me to hate this country. You can't get me to hate America. I love my country. Because of America, I had opportunities. Because of America, I was able to make it out of foster care and start my own business and meet the president of the United States.
When I was a foster kid, you know what I'm saying? Raised up my aunties, and I made it, no problem. I'm married, I'm happy. I'm on YouTube doing this. I was a barber, security, warehouse. Met the mayors in Chicago, a few celebrities here and there. Was the head of security at a high school for some years. I had no excuse. I got trades. With these trades, I got a chance to move around. Get paid cash, make that paychecks. America is great. I don't see how you guys make it so bad. It is not. That's why people are dying to get here. The only excuse is the people that are making it. You know what I'm saying? Because we can make it. Look at it right here. 250 years is for a reason.
Donald Trump. Remind people how great America is. Talk about that, for crying out loud. And these people talking about they don't want black people celebrating America's 250. Well, I am.
And that, because people say, I'm going to celebrate Juneteenth. Well, on Juneteenth, not all the slaves was free. They were still enslaved still. So you guys want to go back and forth with this whole history thing, do it. You know what I'm saying? Facts or evidence. Either way it go, you know what I'm saying? Independence Day, as far as this day, was based on God. And that's why we're here, because of God. Because of God, that's why we're here.
To all these activists talking about if you got a black business, don't celebrate America's 250. Well, my business is celebrating America's 250 because I love my country. And I don't want to be anywhere else. But if y'all do, y'all can get to stepping. Y'all can move anywhere you want to move to. You are free to leave. Nobody is holding you back. Including you, Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. Y'all got plenty of money to get to step into if you hate America that damn much.
Right.
Who are y'all to tell people that they really shouldn't be considering celebrating America because of slavery? Because of some shit that ended a long time ago. It's done with.
I'm about to be, 97, if not 98 years old. Give me a grandma not on your birthday, actually, age. But other than that, she's about to be close to 100 years old. Come on, you guys. Slavery been over with.
Let it go. Get over it. I'm sorry, get over it. I'm sick and tired of it. You can remember history, but do not live in the past. A past that you didn't even live in the first place. Because none of us...
verse 6. And if you read that verse, it literally says this: "And the Lord regretted that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him to his heart." And you might say, hold up, how does that line up with the fact that God's all-knowing? How can he be all-knowing and yet still regret making man? Does that show he's not all-knowing? No, God is definitely all-knowing, but what it's saying in that verse is it's using anthropomorphic language. It's a fancy word that simply means human language that we as humans understand. It's applying human characteristics to God so that we would understand what he was going through. And so it's describing there that God regretted making man in the sense that not that he didn't know, but he's just extremely displeased with man for their rebellion. And he wants us to realize how displeased he was so that we might see that sin is serious. And secondly, it also gives a great justification for why God could then send that global flood. That's the basis of why he sent the flood. The intention of everyone's heart was only evil all the time, it says, verse 6. And if you read
All right, chat. I've been live streaming probably about like 5 hours. I'll be back tomorrow after work. I gotta work in the morning. Usually I'd be off 4 days, but I decided to go in this week a little extra, get this money. Because I do work besides YouTube. I have a job. So I'll be back tomorrow, late in the evening. Like, share, and subscribe, and I thank you guys. Blessings to everybody. I'll be back tomorrow.